Happy Friday, everyone. I like... She's talking about me. Not her smoke time. Not her smoke time. Thank you for the 10. Face down, out. I know, morning streamer Caroline Kwan. I'm here. Brand new morning streamer Caroline Kwan. After my house, I got a California King. It's a twin bed. Don't worry, we're cool. I got a wand and a rabbit. So baby, let's get kinky. Let's make that bed go squeaky. God, I sound so Kids Bop. Come over. Care that you're a stoner. Who's feeling liberated? Are you feeling liberated now, Mr. KRABS? Oh, I guess we're running it back. Playboy, Bridget Bardot. I'm just kidding. Even though I could listen to this like 10 times in a row. Hi, guys. How we doing? Hello. Excellent cap to wear right now. Oh, Chinatown Market. Yes. We are China. We are China. Hi. It's funny because I streamed yesterday, but I streamed in the morning because that's something that I'm kind of doing a little bit of now when I have stuff to do at night or just as a way to, change things up. My Bourbon Gamer, thank you for the 5. But because I streamed in the morning and now I'm streaming at night, I'm like, I haven't streamed in a while. Anyway. Anywho. Let me thank my resubs. Uncle Trudeau, thank you for the 22 months. Bourbon Gamer, thank you again for the 5. Rain, thank you for the 5 months. Lunette, thank you for the 23 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Nodders, thank you again for the 10 gifted subs. Ghost, thank you for the 27 months. Sasha, thank you for the 23 months. Preston, thank you for the gifted sub. Santo, thank you for the 19 months. Heck Johnson, thank you for the 18 months. Best Up Enjoyer, thank you for the 23 months. Trapcon, thank you for the 7 months. Whew. Whew. Nutty, thank you for the bits. Oh my God. Let me spit out my gum. Who wants a sub? Cheeks out. Yeah, look, you guys, we're so liberated now. We have been freed from our economic shackles. We got suns out, buns out. You know what I'm saying? Low level 6 hype train to welcome me in. Thanks so much. If we can't have high-speed trains in this country, well, at least we can have hype trains. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, everybody. Irrelevant man-carrying thing. Okay, hold on. Let me hold that. Filibuster, thank you for the cheeks out gifted sub. Keja, thank you for the 6 months. La Urdita, thank you for the 13 months. So this was very funny because everything's very funny right now. But I was on the phone yesterday with one cutie Cinderella, if you know who that is. And she was kind of like okay, explain what's happening here. Explain what's going on in politics. Explain like I'm 5. And I started to explain it, but then I was like, hold on a second. I said, wait, you are a small business owner. This will help explain to you. I want you to check your suppliers. I want you to check what the prices are compared to what you've been paying. And I want you to see if you can even get the supply that you have been getting for, I don't know, however long Deco Den has been open. So she checked it. It was like, what the fuck? Said, there you go. She told us yesterday it's bad. So I said, now you, and then she started explaining, she's like, well, shit, if my supply is going up in price, then I might have to charge higher prices, yada, yada. I said, there you go. See, you understand. I don't even have to explain it to you. Isn't it amazing when you can apply something into your real life, how immediately it makes sense, and then you're enlightened. You've been blessed with the knowledge. This is the clip where she talked about it on stream. Let me see.
Flying ahead for Deco. Oh, you want to talk about Deco? How about me? These tariffs. I'm like, how bad will they be?
We just keep texting each other. Girl, the tariffs. Girl, the tariffs. I can't.
How bad will these tariffs be? Just so everybody knows, Deco Den is short for Deco Denois, which is a Japanese craft.
Oh.
Which means
Asia. Oh, no. Oh, no, girl, the tariffs.
that none of my stuff is from America. Nothing. Like, I literally could not find a supplier in America that wasn't just buying stuff from Asia and marking it up. So with the tariffs.
Yeah, that's the funniest thing with like American companies, right? It's like whenever some MAGA girl like Tommy Loren releases merch and she'll pretend it's American made and it's actually from China, they just slap an American made label on it, but it's still from China.
I was on the phone with Caroline today and she was explaining me these tariffs because I knew these would affect me, but I didn't know what to extend. And
she was explaining me these tariffs. She really did say, she said, explain to me like I'm 5. I said, okay.
Then I got a little anxious and then I went online and I checked with some of my suppliers, and some of my suppliers have already pulled out of the US and some of my suppliers have tripled or quadrupled their price.
Yes, I am. I'm a big time economist now. Yes. Oh, the way MAGA people are like, just buy American. Like, do you understand? We don't have all the raw materials. Like, you think we just got coffee plantations in Idaho? Yeah, it's amazing. Like how many, it's like, you don't have to be a big time economist, you know, you don't have to have like a big fancy MBA or anything to understand that there are things that we are not efficient in making, that is not our thing. You know, like we don't make every single good. Or like even the goods we do make, the parts that are required for those goods are not parts that are either made here or, you know, made as efficiently as they are in other countries. Like, I think there's genuinely, I don't know, and maybe it's just the hogs trying to do everything possible to continue to support their glorious leader. But there seem to be a lot of people who are like, hell yeah, we just do it in America. That's right, American made. It's like, we don't make that though. What? What are you talking about? Like, we just have every single kind of possible climate to grow all the produce. Huh? What? Capitalism fucked over America in this case because American business is one of the cheapest labor and materials, so blame that. Yeah, well, the other thing too is like, Not Our Smoke Time, thank you for another 10 gifted subs to this professional economist stream. Thank you. Dr. Will Hoskins, thank you for the 13 months. I'm feeling so liberated. I have never felt more liberated in my life, actually. Azafal, thank you for the bits. Cat Crockett, thank you for the 6 months. Henza, thank you for the 21 months. Like this genius. Let me see. Just ban all imports. Yeah, you know, I love to take financial and economic advice from the man in the beanie. Such a 5-head. Goddamn. The reason that he's wearing that hat is because his head is just so big. It's filled with such economic wisdom. That's why her hair is so big, because it's full of secrets. He doesn't have any hair because he has so much information in his head that it has made his hair fall out. There would be 12 months of pain, and then our economy would explode, unlike anything the world has ever seen. There would be more money in the United States of America than at any point in our history. Yes. That, you know, the reason that global trade agreements were implemented was to destroy the American economy. So if we just ban it all, we make America great again. We make America number one. I mean, we've always been number one. Let's be clear. Excuse me. Pardon. A lot of white men proving what mediocre minds they have right now. Okay, wait. I have to... So, normally, I'm not in the business of replying to dumb people online. Especially when they turn out to be Nazis, you know? It's like, I'm just not... I got other things to do, okay? And by that, anticipating season 4 of Hacks. It's taking up a lot of my time. April 10th, season 4 of Hacks drops, so I am busy. It's crazy how Cutie has a podcast with us on, but never bothered to ask about tariffs. No. No, that's what she calls me and says, girl, the tariffs, what's going on? I'm like, girl, the tariffs. Girl. Angel Cha, thank you for the 25 months. Abud, thank you for the 8 months. CL30, thank you for the 7 months. Okay, so anyway, as I was saying, I'm normally not in the business of replying, but this comment was like it was so especially stupid. Like, I know there's a lot of stupid, really, really, just so many dumb fucks online. But let me just tell you, this is in response to my tweet about Russell Brand, who was charged with rape today, which we will be talking about. Shocking. It's always the people who you most expect. And the reason I was dying is because this comment said, your anger isn't at him. It's at being a middlingly attractive Asian girl in a world your ancestors couldn't have built. Look, no, it's not the comment on my looks. That stuff doesn't bother me. It's this part that made me die laughing. In a world your ancestors couldn't have built. So, I'm Chinese, and if you know anything about history, or literally just about anything, you know that is maybe the stupidest thing that you could ever say. Ever. Yeah. As I wrote, the Chinese famous for never having invented anything that revolutionized the world. Ever. Yeah. China that just sat back and was like, well, we'll just let everybody else do it. Well, nothing we can do here because we're the Chinese. Yeah, not to mention everything, the Chinese who, of course, were deeply exploited immigrants in a country like the United States, have not contributed to the infrastructure of the West. Do we know about the railroads here in this country? No, we don't. Yeah, not like, I don't know. Anyway, it is, it's like there are a lot of these like Nazi MAGA chuds online who are trying to do the whole like anti-China, commie, tanky piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. And all of that is being countered by like the cajillion iShow speed clips. All of the iShow speed clips in China that are getting hundreds of thousands or millions of views. Like they're so popular, they show up on my timeline. Without the invention of gunpowder, the U.S. would barely have a national identity. It's like, yeah, you know that Second Amendment that you just can't stop masturbating over? You know, you have to thank for gunpowder. Mortaw, thank you for the 5 months. Couch Punk, thank you for the 2 months. The propaganda is finally going away. The world is healing. But that's why we have to take the internet away from Zoomers, okay? We can't have them learning about Palestine, and we can't have them learning about China. We can't have them learning about anything that is not funneled through State Department propaganda. So we got to take it away. We got to save the kids. We got to save the kids and take their phones away, keep them off the internet. Do you think 100 years of Red Scare propaganda is finally shattered? Shattered? No. Is it changing? I would say so. Between Red Note and iShow Speed, even my mom is pro-China. Like, I don't think suddenly everyone in this country is pro-China. Do I think that the youth are being exposed to a perspective that is directly counter to decades of State Department propaganda? Yeah. Cracks are showing, yeah. As far as it being like totally shattered, no. You see now they have to call China mercantilists whenever they say that's doing something well because admitting the socialist initiatives working destroys their whole worldview. Yeah, I mean, you just simplify it even more, and you just call everyone a tanky. Like any like it's not even if you're specifically talking about China, you get hit with that. Anyway, this clip was going around that I saw. Like, I always want people to explain what they mean when they're just throwing that word around. You know, it's like, you know what? Actually, I do like tanks.
Just laugh at me.
Laugh at you? Don't listen to them. See, look, in this world, honey, you gotta understand that. In this world, people gonna laugh at you, talk about you, be hateful towards you. That's part of life. But as part of a human, as part of us, it's just gonna be people like that. So you just have to stay strong and be you at the end of the day. People gonna hate you all the time. It don't matter if you're the best in the world, the most perfect person in the world. People gonna hate you. You know what I'm saying? You have a nice voice.
I believe you.
Don't worry. You have a good voice.
This is so anime propaganda.
People talk about me all the time.
This is anime protagonist speech.
People say I got a big nose. I'm musty. I'm black. I'm trash at football. Like, I'm one of the best football players in the world. You're telling me?
They don't understand you.
They don't understand me.
Yes.
They don't understand me. They don't.
Yes.
Like, I go through so much, and it's like, it's crazy.
Sometimes we are the same people. They don't
Like, I'm surprised nobody has made this into like a manga scene yet.
us. But we can grow up. we can get stronger.
That's right. Get stronger. That's right. At the end of the day, we just got to get stronger and ignore that. At the end of the day, chat. W speech, bro. W speech.
And then he goes Super Saiyan. Do you know what's, first of all, that was a sweet moment. That was a lovely moment. But you know what is so sad? Is like someone of Speed's age and the size platform that he has not being a total fucking piece of shit is such a rarity that people are genuinely shook. Like we've become so accustomed to these really popular young 20-something-year-old. He's only 19. Wait, he's 20? Not, I thought he was like at least 24. Oh, God. I feel anxious right now. Anywho, no, that's crazy. That's what I mean. This dude's legit a kid. Yeah, and to be as famous as he is, as a content creator, right? Not just like as an actor, where you are not famous for creating your own thing from scratch per se. Like, he goes around the world and streams his adventures. God, he's 20 years old. My God. But anywho, I think, not that Asmongold is 20, okay? I don't know how old he is, but he gives me like, I would say at least 68. That's, who knows? But anyway, so it's like not even just an age thing with these big male content creators, but it's the fact that so many of them are just such assholes and are not in the least bit good role models. They are not the type of people who should be as popular as they are. And of course, it's this thing where they've become more popular by really leaning into this vile, reactionary type of shit, you know? It's like it pays off. So they keep doing it and will certainly not stop anytime soon. The moment Speed separated himself from the Aiden Ross crowd, he immediately started improving as a person. Yeah, and he is still so young. Like, he's 20 years old. And so anyway, I think it is so, I think it's so rare. Like, it was a very, very sweet moment regardless, but I think it's also so rare to see a content creator who's that big, especially who's that young, who isn't just another asshole who's influencing other, like, millions of young kids to be terrible. Speed gives me hope that a lot of young people can change. Yeah, I mean, this is before my time when, like, the controversial moments around him happened, but yeah, I mean, he was young then, he's still young now, but when we talk about people taking steps, taking accountability, taking steps towards, like, maturing and not going further down this bad path, like, I do think he's an example of that, you know? I think his evolution is really nice to see. It's not often that people get better online instead of ending up as grifters. Right. Like, it is really rare because the incentive is You just the incentive is you just keep grifting, you just keep leaning into really hateful content. Any advice on how I can become more of a social person? I recently came out as bi and I want to live my true self. Congratulations. There will be no bi erasure here in this community. How do you become more of a social person? Drugs. Just kidding. No. I think it's something that you work at, especially if it's not natural to you. Gotta work at it. Go do things that you like to do, you know? Like, if you really like games, go get some friends and go to like a Dave and Buster's or go to an arcade. That's going out and doing something, socializing that is in your comfort zone still. But do it in a bi way. Yes. Do it in a bi way. I think saying yes to things is good, even if you're like, oh, I don't want to do that, because you do have to, if you want to be more social and you're not naturally a social person, you are going to be uncomfortable as you're like trying to be more social. And there may always be a part of you that's not completely comfortable, but you will get better at it, is what I would say. Well, if you clinically struggle socially, I hear MDMA once a year is promising results. I am not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing, okay? I'm very social when I go to concerts alone. I talk to people around me. I feel more comfortable being social when I'm alone. I get more stressed talking to others when I have friends with me. I think different things work for different people, you know? Different things work for different people. It is a muscle, though, I will say. Like, I've always naturally been a social person, but in the 2.5 years I've been streaming, because I was really not socializing that much, and certainly not outside of the streaming space, I felt this, I still kind of feel a little awkwardness because I just don't socialize the way I used to, but like when I would go to things, when I would see people outside of my streaming circle, I like forgot kind of what to do. It's like, oh God, I've never felt this way before. I think also though, because I knew I was like, I don't know if I have anything to talk about with you guys that where we can be speaking a language that we're both understanding, you know? I think maybe that's where that was coming from. Sarah, thank you for the 18 months, whatever. Thank you for the 27 months. Binge the entire season of The Pit in the past 24 hours because you're wreck. I'm obsessed. Dude. New episode out tonight. Oh, I could have watched it last night, but okay. Something to look forward to tonight. Minor Threat, thank you for the 21 months. Atlantic Tuna, thank you for the 19. Creepier, thank you for the 17. Gary, thank you for the 31. Woody, thank you for the Prime. If you're not watching The Pit, what are you doing? Are you worried about the stock market? Who gives a shit? You don't need stocks. I lost $50 million in stocks, but I have a new episode of The Pit to watch tonight. So, no complaints here. No problems here. I'm scared what reintroducing individuals like Aiden Ross to Twitch for doing a new group of young kids, especially those who watch the phase. They openly welcome back. Yeah, I gave my thoughts on that a couple days ago. It just feels, I feel exhausted. I feel constantly like I am on the side that's just drowning. Like that's just overwhelmed. I am not feeling liberated. I am not feeling liberated now, Mr. KRABS. You want to know also what, so I last night, I had to go to a dinner, and sometimes I try to tell myself, that, like, I try to remind myself that online is not the real world, right? You get bogged down when you're online all the time, which as a Twitch streamer, I work on the internet. That's my job. But I'm always like, okay, just a reminder, Twitter, not real life. Like online, not real life, except in many regards, real, like offline, real life has blended with the going-ons of online. But anyway, yeah, with every year that passes, online becomes more like real life. But last night when I was sitting at dinner and we were just kind of like chatting about whatever, not anything serious, just kind of low-key chit chat. Well, the conversation turned to the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni case. And one of my friends said, oh, I know that you're really into pop culture and stuff. What's up with that? And I just gave like I was like, all right, here's a 60-second explainer. And I thought that was going to be the end of that. And then what happened next is pretty much everyone at the table started like spitting out misinformation that I know they had picked up from seeing something on Instagram. Because like these are the type of people who, they're not online that much. They're not on Twitter. They don't watch YouTube. They're on like Facebook and Instagram in the way that your average internet user is, like normies, right? And one of them was like, no, well, I heard that she was in love with Justin Baldoni and that's why she pretended he sexually harassed her. And I went, oh no, oh boy, where did you hear that? Like, where did your information come from? And oh, I don't remember where that came from, type of thing. And then another person who was like, yeah, but I mean, she was like, well, was she actually sexually harassed? Because the law, like she's suing him over that. And I said, no. The suit is because of the retaliatory smear campaign because of this HR meeting around inappropriate harassing behavior on set that not only Blake, but multiple employees on the set of this film had been experiencing. Like, what? And it was honestly kind of depressing. It was kind of depressing that I basically was hearing from most people at this table. I was hearing them repeat misinformation that they've picked up God knows where. I mean, it's everywhere, but just a casual scroll of their timeline, and I'm sure they got it from somewhere. And it just makes, and I wanted to be like, oh God, what else should we get into here now? Should we talk about vaccines? Like, what you guys think about vaccines? What else have you been learning out there? I ignore all the information I see about this because people are just cashing in on misinformation and clickbait. Yes, and I told them, I tried to give them an example. I was like, look, I said, I need you to understand that a lot of what you're seeing, and you're not even sure where this information is coming from because you just casually see it on your timeline. This is coming from content creators who have a profit incentive to spread misinformation. For instance, and then I told them the story about this gay guy who does pop culture commentary now, and he's been blowing up. He's kind of like a wannabe. Perez Hilton. And so he has really started blowing up because of the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni thing, and just puts out all these videos talking about how Justin Baldoni is a male feminist and a victim of the Me Too movement, et cetera, et cetera. And I recently, my suspicions were confirmed that this guy is just total grifter and is doing this because he's blowing up, because he went from nothing to now lots of followers. He's getting interviewed. He's got like management, etc. It's more money. And I told them that, and I said, that's just one example of of like one content creator who their content is popping up on your timeline, or it's being echoed by similar content creators or people who are sharing this kind of stuff. And then what it results in is you guys sitting here at this table now refusing to believe when I'm trying to correct the misinformation that you are saying. Like, I know exactly where this comes from, and I know why, and yet you're still not listening to me. Like, you're still continuing to. One of my friends was like, oh yeah, well, Colleen Hoover, the author of the book, well, she's actually suing Blake Lively now. I said, that's not true. I said, you can Google, like, check for yourself. I need you guys, when you read something, or whatever it is, whether it's about vaccines, whether it's about a case involving sexual abuse or sexual harassment, whether it's about Trump's tariffs, whatever it is, like, you need to verify this. You can't just be like, oh yeah, well, I saw this, and so therefore it's true. My God. I don't know. It was, it was just a reminder of like, oh, I guess online is not totally separate from offline. Like, here I am having these conversations that I have all the time online as well. And it is, it's whether people casually use casually get information from the internet, or are chronically online or not. And I'm just like, oh God. Oh God. I feel like I'm drowning. Caroline, I'm going to level with you. I take everything you say at face value. Well, that's fine. Okay. I've verified myself, and myself is correct. They first say I'm not sure, but I heard, but will refuse to accept when someone who's done the research tries to correct them. Yeah. And it's like, well, why would you ask me about this? Please trigger warning him. Yeah, my bad. Why would you ask me about this? And then when I explain to you, because I know a lot more than you do, and then I try to correct misinformation that you are responding with, there's still a disconnect here. Nowadays, if you correct misinfo, you either get called a nerd or you are presented with a denial so huge it's equivalent to emptying a bathtub with a spoon. It's so exhausting. I want to cry, especially when it's people you love, like your parents. Now they listen to Fox, and close it when walk into the room so that I won't correct them. So much denial. Yeah. And like, part of me, I have to hold on to this belief that we can, that we can get through to people, you know, that people will understand. Like right now, okay? Right now, there are 6 months ago, there were over 74 or however million people in this country who voted for Donald Trump. And a lot of them voted for him because they believed that he would fix their economic situations. That because he's a businessman, because he's an outsider, because he was not Joe Biden and the Democrats, whatever the reason was that had them going, this is the better option. May not be the best option, but it's the better option, because things sure were shit under Joe Biden, and Kamala has promised to be no different. And there are a lot of people who, since Trump took over, have been feeling the continued squeeze. It is only worsening. And all the news around the tariffs and global trade and yada, yada. And we will be seeing the results of Trump's executive decisions in the coming weeks and months. I mean, we've already seen immediate consequences, but for people who like don't have money in the stock market, you know, for people who are who their main concern is something like grocery prices, which has been their concern for a long time, which is why it was a major issue during this last election. Anyway, so I need to believe that we can reach out to these people, that we can get through to them, because what they are concerned with is their worsening economic conditions, okay? Is not being able to, is groceries getting more expensive, housing getting more expensive, wages stagnating, etc. But we certainly will not do that by offering them up a candidate like Kamala Harris. And I swear to God, if we run back 2024 with Kamala again, and I saw some poll today that was like, Democrats think Kamala Harris is the best choice for 2028. No, that is not the answer here. But I think this is why after the election, when of course a lot of liberals were like, well, half the country got to write them off like they're all racist and they just voted for Donald Trump because they love racism. It's like, no, man. First of all, then what's the point of electoral politics anymore? Like, that's it. That's all. Okay. We'll just write off the majority of the country who voted for Donald Trump. Like that. Second of all, you're doing the thing where you are pretending like they're as much as they'll be like, yeah, we need to help the working class, but you're pretending like the working class is not in trouble. That just like the Democrats were pushing for, that really we don't need the working class voters. So therefore we don't need to put out policies, produce an agenda that is good for the working class. Bye. Just write them off. No accountability necessary whatsoever. Like MAGA, right? Because the MAGA base is who they think about. It's like the people wearing sparkly hats that say, you know, Trump is God, and they're like, hell yeah, Donald Trump, he's the best. Everything he does, he's touched by God. I love Donald Trump. Every single thing Donald Trump does is good for us. Like that's who they're talking about when they're talking about the majority of the country. They're talking about the base, and that's just like, it's just not true. We've become the future of idiocracy. We've ostracized the idea of believing the smart people, science, economics, and data. We have trust people that we believe that because they are in the position, they're smart. Also, that movie's hella underrated. Yeah, it's great. We've been living idiocracy for a long time, and now we're going to watch Dave Portnoy, who's he's a little bit upset. He's a little bit upset because he's lost millions of dollars. Even though the crazy thing is that Dave, who's, you know, barstool Trump supporting Dave, he knew that Trump was going to do the tariffs. That's what he ran on.
Dave, how much you down right now and today? 7 million. I'm down 7 million.
And let me be clear, I do not have empathy for someone like Dave Portnoy in the way that I do have empathy for, you know, for someone who is like drowning under the cost of living and is so desperate and felt like they couldn't vote for Joe Biden because their lives had only gotten worse, certainly hadn't improved. And in an act of desperation went, I guess Donald Trump is who I'm going to go with this time and hope that things get better. Like, let me be clear about it, okay? I don't feel sorry for someone like Dave Portnoy.
Bucks and stocks and crypto. And it's tariff city. Trump has put his tariffs all over the place. I've been trying to understand them.
Wait, what is this? What is this thing, this banner saying in the back? Don't give up.
I don't. Like, it's more a trade deficit tariff to me.
Tariff.
like, hey, we get this much shit from you and you get this much from us. Let's even that up. Let's get some wacky formula and do tariffs. And everything's in the shitter because of it. I almost tweeted out, Dave, how much are you down right now and today? 7 million.
Wait, he almost tweeted out, Dave, how much you downed, like in third person? It says, don't give up the ship. Oh, okay. Well, the ship's gone down, Dave. Okay, it's the goddamn Titanic.
I'm down $7 million in stocks and crypto. And it's Tariff City.
I'm down 7 mil in stocks and crypto. I don't understand what's going on here. What are these? They just made it up? Yes, Dave. Yes. Yeah, that ship is going down. I think, also, look at all these. What? Is this his house? Like, what? Or is it, does he have a pot? What is this? Like, why are there just all these hats like this? Like, not that I've done my stream room yet, so it's really just blank walls and this one picture.
There's tariffs all over the place.
Oh, it's just repeating again. He's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. I don't understand. I thought Trump was pro crypto. How am I losing 7 million in crypto? How? How? Trump, he's got the Trump coin, doesn't he? What's going on? What's going on here? Hey, I'm crypto in here. My boy's wicked smart. Well, that's what I thought. Seeing him lose money at least makes me feel slightly better. Yeah, I'm never gonna, I am never gonna cry over someone like Dave Portnoy losing money in crypto. Shawarma, thank you for the 20 months. Mark, thank you for the tier 1. Joel, thank you for the gifted. James Lee, thank you for the 8 months. Cool Bean, thank you for the 3 months. John Michael, thank you for the 20 months. Becca, thank you for the 4 months. I have a dumb Bitcoin crypto question. If the point of Bitcoin's to be independent of the US dollar and non-regulated, why does it basically trade exactly like the US stock market nowadays? Market up, Bitcoin up, market down, Bitcoin down. I like that Dave. You know what, Dave? Never stop. Never stop going to a place like Twitter to show that you really don't know anything. You are, in fact, not wicked smart. Never stop tweeting, Dave Portnoy. Never stop, never stopping. You should have asked this before you invested. I feel like, no joke, guys like Dave Portnoy, I genuinely believe they get their information from like the type of Twitter accounts that have AI profile photos of crypto, like something crypto related. You know what I mean? It's like the profile picture. It would be like an AI photo of, or maybe of like Ronald Reagan or something like that. And like they're just these crypto scam accounts. Yeah, or Dave is on Wall Street bets. Yes, like he gets his information off of subreddits like Wall Street bets. And then he makes his decisions off of that. Amazing things are happening on X. They always are. Oh yeah, do we think that the go woke, go broke gamers are going to rise up? Do you think that they're finally going to turn on Trump because of the Nintendo Switch 2? Pre-orders for Nintendo Switch 2 in the US will not start April 9th, 2025 in order to assess the potential impacts Potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions. Nintendo will update timing at a later date. The launch date of June 5th, 2025 is unchanged. GameStop will continue to work closely with Nintendo and provide updates as soon as more information becomes available. Stay tuned for further details. And then someone said, "Are you happy you voted for Trump?" And this Nerdic Viking. See, this is what I mean. Like these are the types of accounts that Dave Portnoy gets his info from. Yes, and I was buying a Switch too. Now they made it a political thing. I'm out. What do you mean they made it a political thing? This is the result of Donald Trump's tariffs. What are you talking about? Who's they? What do you mean you're out? What do you mean? What do you mean? It keeps going? Wait, who made this a political thing? Nintendo just did. Didn't you read the article? No. Oh my God. Nintendo was reported to have been producing the console in Vietnam to avoid tariffs, but then shortly after the direct, Trump announced reciprocal tariffs, which include 46% tariffs on Vietnamese-made products. The tariffs being the reason that they're holding off on pre-orders is not political for that reason. Whoa there. You just acknowledged that Nintendo was well aware of these tariffs in advance. You can't do that. It undermines Nintendo's strategy that these tariffs magically appeared. Gotcha. Slam dunk. You're twisting you cannot argue with these people. You're twisting my words because they're such five heads. I never said they were aware of the reciprocal tariffs happening the same day the direct happened. Of course I am. I'm just stirring the pot at this point. I am a pot stirrer. However, through the thousands of replies, you had a balanced reply with the hard facts. I respect that. Wait, there are so many twists and turns in this. There are so many twists and turns. My God. I firmly did not expect the colossal meltdown to happen. I'm literally sitting here playing Mario Kart 8. But if you're playing Mario Kart 8, then how could you be tweeting at the same time? You must be a giga gamer. Wow. Damn. But I thought you were out. What's happened? What's happened? Also, shoes on the table, vile. Okay, just so vile. Neckbeard in a trash pile that self-identifies as a Viking post like 4chan more at 11 p.m. Now back to you, Bill. You see the exchanges on had with one of these people when left with no outs? They just respond no. Man, it is, you know what it is? It's like the Olympics of mental gymnastics. That's what we're witnessing, okay? We are watching the Olympics of mental gymnastics. People, not people, like hogs, of course. That's the more specific term. But loyalists of Donald Trump. Yeah, cultists, Donald Trump cultists who are trying to find every which way possible to spin this into a good thing. Even when like irrefutable facts are what they're coming up against, and they'll just be like, I don't think so. Listen, girl from Asia. You think the Chinese have ever done anything? You're like, yeah, yes, actually. Why do you think that they're being hit with these tariffs right now, too? Why do you think that Donald Trump, like, in everything he's doing, his main target is China? What do you mean? He doesn't know what he's done. Reddit/Nintendo Switch 2. I hope Trump ceases living. Oh man, there's a divide happening. There's a divide happening in the gamer community. They're going to be going to war against each other because of the delay in the Nintendo Switch 2. I'm going to be so for real. I am out of the loop on like gaming stuff. I didn't even know the Nintendo Switch 2 was that it was happening. I think I have the Switch 1. It's fine. It's good. I didn't even know until I saw this going on. The great Nintendo fada is upon us. Man, you know, this is the type of thing though, you just kind of sit back, you grab your popcorn, and you enjoy. Look at the second post on Cease's Living. Always resort to violence over a console. Yeah, that's how it goes, okay? Nothing comes between a gamer and their Nintendo Switch 2. You know the thing about this? Okay, here's the thing about politics, all right? People don't understand until it's something that directly affects them. Gamers, for instance. This is what we've been joking about, where we're like, oh, talking about free speech suppression, okay? Imagine a world where, I mean, video games have already been a favorite source of moral panic for the right to blame mass shootings on video games rather than have to implement any type of common sense gun control, right? You just blame video games, you blame violent video games, you blame Asia, etc. So we've been joking that as free speech is facing greater and greater threat from Donald Trump and the Republican Party, that these gamers who are like Asmongold out here whooping and wooing because they love Donald Trump and they think it's great that Palestinian activists and woke activists are being actively suppressed. Well, what happens when they come for the gamers? First they came for everyone else and I did nothing. And then they came for the gamers and then all I could do was shit my pants. And then there was no toilet paper for me to wipe because toilet paper was cost too much money. Literally, a lot of STEM faculty haven't had to worry about political issues, free speech until Trump went after grants in all fields. Yes. So it sounds maybe like common sense, but really a lot of people won't understand. They don't understand politics. They don't understand legislation until it directly affects them. And that's what we're going to be seeing, what we're going to be seeing here, continuing to see here with these tariffs, with these motherfucking tariffs, is that as people are individually affected, okay, so can't get your Nintendo Switch 2, sorry, because got to see the potential impact of the tariffs, got to see what happens with the market. Well, then you got these sweaty gamers who are sitting here. They don't give a shit. They don't know what tariffs are. They don't understand, like, Donald Trump's great, whatever. And now suddenly they're like, wait a sec, huh? This is bad for me? This is affecting me? I want my Nintendo 2 when I want it, and I want it right now. They've been fretting about this possibility for months. Nintendo moved its manufacturing plants from only China, also in Vietnam and Cambodia the last time Trump was in. They are diversified enough and stated the U.S. tariffs are not an issue in the February investors meeting. I mean, like the reason why Asian countries overall have been hit with some of the highest tariffs outside of just China is because Trump did that in an effort to make sure that even countries that don't have a trade surplus, where like the United States has a trade deficit with them, they don't want countries like China to then be, to be getting like they want to make it harder for their main targets to be able to export. So because of the trade between Asian countries, Trump was like, I'm going to hit all of them with insanely high tariffs. And so ultimately, it will fuck China even harder. Republicans during Trump's first versus second
Senator Mann,
term.
President Trump called you out recently for saying he was quote unquote not suitable for office. Do you have a response? Donald Trump thinks he can boss us Republican senators around, but that's not his job. That's Big Oil's job. Donald Trump better watch out because he's going to make the mean version of me come out, and I don't just talk the talk, Buster. And you know what? I'm going to say it. You are overweight, sir. Do you have any comment about what he said about your wife? Oh, right. How dare you call my beloved wife of 31 years, mother to my 4 children, quote unquote, a Crash Bandicoot-looking lady. That is inaccurate and cruel. You can attack me, you can attack my constituents, but you cannot attack the Crash Bandicoot franchise. Any thoughts on his economic policies? No, I'm a big fan of all of his policies. I support him 100%. Senator Mann, President Trump said he is considering a 3rd term in office. What exactly does that mean? What do you want me to say? He's committed to the bit. Grinding that king aura.
Listen, fat.
Oh, sorry, what? I'm sick of pretending like I give a F. Even though I'm a corporate Republican from a swing state, I just want to say I'm cool with it. You know, POTUS wants a 3rd term. Let him cook. And honestly, you know, my wife does give Crash Bandicoot energy. I'll be streaming that and Metal Gear Solid tonight on Twitch. You seem different, Senator. Linguistically, yes. Superficially, mostly. Substantively, very little. And how do you feel about his economic policy? Honestly.
This is literally Ted Cruz right now. He's like,
I'm kind of worried that it's going to destroy the economy. It's not looking good. What was that? Nothing. I am based now.
the mental gymnastics to not piss off Donald Trump, whom you have just spent now years slobbering at his feet, kissing his asshole, but trying to not openly and loudly praise the tariffs. Awful mental image, thanks. Sorry. Well, you know, it's Friday. It's fun Friday. Joel, thank you for the gifted press play. Thank you for the 18 months. Shawarma, thank you for the 20 months. Can I show you this exchange I saw in TikTok comments today? You know what? We're talking about dumb shit, so sure. Friendly reminder not to use POC moving. Wait, this is so funny because I was going to use POC moving, which is piece of cake. Okay. POC moving is piece of cake moving. And then last second, I went online. I actually went onto Reddit and I was just reading reviews. I said, I don't think so. For a split second there, I thought you were so racist, but actually this is really good to know. Do not use people of color moving. Do not. I try to be anti-racist all the time, but I am white, so I do have racist intrusive thoughts. Oh, this is the kind of person who has white fragility on their bookshelf. What are you talking about? Why would you offer that up? Why would you say I do have racist intrusive thoughts when you didn't need to? Girl, the white man's hate literally lives inside of you. A psychic very much told me this. He's short and angry. This can't be real. No. This has to be fake. Why is this something out of 30 Rock, man? What is happening? This has to be a bit. It can't be real. Who knows anymore, honestly? Who knows? Is anything real?
Yesterday.
Okay, sorry, trigger warning. Yet again, tonight's just a bunch of trigger warnings.
President Trump declared that it was, in fact, Liberation Day. His giant tariff policy that he just dropped on the market unilaterally, probably unconstitutionally. Trump's reciprocal tariffs.
You don't feel liberated, Ben? You
Those
don't?
hundreds of billions of dollars in new taxes on Americans be the largest tax increase since the Revenue Act of 1968. One of the biggest tax increases on American consumers in the history of America. And it's going to cost American consumers. It will cost American producers who use inputs from other countries. The Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted immediately more than 1,000 points. The S&P 500 plummeted more than 3%. The NASDAQ.
Yeah, you know what I think he's looking at? I think he's looking at how much money he's lost. That's what I think he's looking at.
Plummeted almost 4.5%. There are real world implications for this sort of stuff. Trade wars are, in fact, not good and not easy to win, particularly if you don't actually have a plan.
I have a question. I don't watch enough Ben Shapiro because I try to keep my sanity. But is this the first time that he has been speaking negatively about the tariffs because he's seeing them put into action? Like, the thing is that the tariffs didn't just suddenly come out of nowhere. Like, Donald Trump has been, he ran on them. Like that Ben Shapiro covers politics for a living. You know? I think it's also combined with the fact that Daily Wire is struggle city. Daily Wire is struggle city right now. It is bad over there. Best way to get people to not to like you is to fuck with their pockets. Yeah, so I think like the already existing internal issues at Daily Wire, and then the tariffs, which so far, not good results. Okay, more to come. More to come. I mean, just his trade policies in general since Trump came into office, which he did promise to do, have been wildly unpredictable and quite volatile.
It is predicated on a bad idea of how international trade works. A fundamental misunderstanding of trade deficits. Trade deficits they're an accounting procedure. Trade deficits have pretty much nothing to do with the health of an economy. I can name you a period in American history where there was.
But it's like, my question is, why is he saying this now? Again, it's because I think he's flipping out.
A fairly large surplus in America's balance of trade. The entire Great Depression.
Yeah. Like that, yes. It is insane to try and do what Donald Trump is doing, which is to squash the bilateral trade deficit to zero by brute forcing these tariffs with a made up or chat GPT-ass calculation. Yes, Ben, like, are you, what? So when he was talking about doing this, like it was fine, but now you're seeing that it sucks for you? Israel got hit with a 19% tariff, probably part of it. Probably. He's right about most of what he says here. No, but that's what I'm like, not disagreeing with Ben talking about how insane it is to think that you can, to think that you can balance out the trade deficit in the way that they're doing that you just use an equation that is not at all economically sound, doesn't make any sense whatsoever, that not only is he doing a blanket 10%, but then on top of that is doing these reciprocal tariffs that are essentially punishing countries that have a like you punish the countries even more that have a trade surplus, because the US then has a trade deficit, which means that we import more than we are exporting, and those countries are exporting more than they're importing. But the thing is that that's how it goes. Some countries we import more from, some countries we export more to. You don't just like whack-a-mole shit and go, yeah, we're going to bring this down to zero, and therefore we're going to fix our economy by making our trade deficit trade surplus by doing it this way. Wait, where's the quartering? Hold on. Don't worry. The quarter pounder says to give up on your desire. Oh, the quarter pounder. Isn't he the one who pissed on the carpet? You do not need the new iPad. You do not need the new cell phone. You do not need the new video game console. You want them. What is he like a preacher now? He's like, give up. Give up on these wants. Give up on these wants because life is not about material possessions. Okay? It's about your relationship with the Lord or Buddha or whatever. There's a big difference. And if you look at the people whining about the tariffs, I challenge you to ask them how their lives have been affected in any way. Okay. Go do that. Just go to Reddit / Nintendo Switch. You'll find a lot of people who are already really pissed off, losing their shit. Also, the quartering is rich. Yeah. I love that now he's telling, oh God, the mental gymnastics. They are incapable. The people like the quartering are incapable at all of taking the L. Nope. He just doubles down, looks even more like an idiot by being like, you don't need anything. Your life is just great as is. You don't need, you want. And there is a difference there. You will have nothing and you will enjoy it. Meanwhile, I will have all of these things because I can afford them. This went from your life is going to be great to you do not need your life to be great. Yeah, it's like they're trying to, it's too, I mean, oh God. He's such a dummy, and I don't think anybody should take advice from people who are pissing in their basements. Was that what it was? He pissed in his basement, right? Yeah. So you do not need to piss in your basement. You want to piss in your basement. Let me be clear. You do not need to piss in your basement. You want to piss in your basement. Yeah, my life is great. Can't fathom why yours ain't. I don't trust that this will happen, but I would love to see his fans turn on him. I would love to see them listen to this asshole who has a lot more money than they do. Okay, because he's one of these guys who's made a lot of money doing stuff like this, and he's now telling them that they don't need any of this stuff, that, you know, be at peace with your life being shit. Okay. It's like your life sucks. And maybe the Nintendo Switch was the one thing that you're looking forward to, but actually, nah, nope. Your life will be less shitty when you don't have that. Yeah. How is your life? Your life won't be affected in any way whatsoever. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. And this is like the same guy who will repeatedly come after people like Hassan and say how out of touch he is. He'll do like the classic millionaire social, or I think at this point it's like billionaire socialist, right? I think we've moved on past millionaire socialist and now it's billionaire socialist. But yeah, the house that keeps going up in price and now it's like a $20 million house. And so he's the type of guy who spends so much of his time like coming after Hassan in that way, where it's like, wow, this out of touch grifting socialist. And yet here he is being like, wow, if you're whining about the tariffs, I dare you to show me how your life has been affected in any way. See Dragon Army for why he pissed in his basement. Okay. So he peed into the drain of his basement. The drain basements have to protect from flooding. His wife complained that he pissed there too much and it was making the basement smell like piss. One night he was drunk and his wife got pizza without him, so he announced to his stream that he was going to piss in the drain. Yeah. You know, normal stuff. That makes sense. You know, like he surely has bathrooms in his house. I don't want to assume anything, but I'm guessing. But no, that it makes sense that he would piss into the basement drain rather than use a bathroom. And then especially after his wife got pizza without him and he was really upset. No, I think that's totally normal and actually really cool. Yeah. I don't know why you guys think that's so weird. He also pooped in public. Okay, so I'm just going to say right now I'm learning things beyond what I need to know. Not that I need to know any of this, but it just like, this is the problem, okay, with a guy like that where I go, isn't he the guy who pissed in the basement? And it doesn't stop there. It just keeps going. And then that's why it's like, you know what? Fuck. This happens every time where it goes from, isn't that the guy who pissed in the basement to, oh, he's also the guy who admitted to browning out in Walmart and leaving a poop trail to the restroom. That he offers that information up willingly. Yeah, and then this is what happened. Now I know all these things that I know forever. I know them forever now. He's also the guy that gave advice to pedophiles on how to clear their hard drives. Oh, yeah. No, I also know he's the guy who somebody tweeted something like negative about Hitler and then he was upset about it. Yeah, no, he's a real winner. Yep. I think with him, it like this just will always keep going, right? There will never be an end to the, oh, also he's the guy who did this or he said this. That's what a long trail of shit this guy has left. Okay. Not just in Walmart, but also on the internet. It's a never ending trail of shit. He hates Brie Larson so much he bought a replica of the shed from Room. Yeah, no, this guy, his brain should be studied. His brain should be studied by scientists to figure out like how he's alive. You know? How? How?
And everything was fine. Okay.
Let's watch this. Why do all these people love Hitler? As far as bad guys go, he's pretty high up there. So multiple reasons. One is that they see it as like being edgy, right? They think it's like cool and edgy. Two is because they're Nazis, so of course they would love Hitler. Hitler is obviously somebody who Nazis loved, both past and present. Three, I don't know, like they think he's hot, maybe. Who knows? I genuinely, it's there are many reasons, but I would say none that are good. Is all you need to know. Hitler is ugly, but have you seen these guys though, is what I'm saying. Like, no, it's not me saying I think he's hot. I think he's like a role model for them. Like, that's what I mean by that. Is you see these guys, you know, and they look at Hitler and they probably are like, that guy's a 10. I want to be him. Yeah. Yeah, he's got the same incel aura type of thing. You know what I mean? You know what I mean by that? Their arguments usually boil down to might makes right and racism. Yeah, no, it's racism. Yeah, no, they're Nazis is the simple explanation. But there certainly are a lot of them. I don't know. Maybe the quartering read something about Hitler pissing in a drain and that's why like he did it. Authoritarianism, something to aspire to. Oh yeah. No, they think he's cool. They do. They think Donald Trump is cool. They think he's a Chad. You guys, they think Donald Trump is a Chad. But then it's also funny because they'll like make these AI photos of him where he has abs. And it's like, okay, so do you think he's sexy or you think he's sexy when you AI abs onto him? And also like more fake hair. You know, he's already got fake hair, but like more of it because it's looking, it's not looking good. But like, this is what I'm trying to explain of how you can't, these are not brains where you go, why? What's logical reasons to be attracted to somebody like Hitler? Trump is so sexy when you change literally everything about him. But you know what I mean? Like, it's definitely this weird thing where they are like, they're always making posts that feel very sexual in nature about Donald Trump. Like, they're very thirsty. A lot of posts I see, it's giving thirsty. Like Zaddy Trump. The same way they yassify JD Vance. Yeah. They're horny for the Don. Yeah, they are. Wait, who's this guy?
You know, I'm going to say something on this show that I'm not sure I've heard anyone say before. I was wrong. When Donald Trump won, I thought that...
He just goes, I'm going to say something on this show that I don't think anyone's ever said before. I was wrong. Wrong about wearing that hat on CNN? Or do you mean that no one has ever said you are wrong? Or like no one on CNN has literally ever said, I am wrong. I am wrong.
Americans were all captured by the Maga cult and that they would go along with whatever President Trump said. And I was wrong. I was wrong. There are a lot of people who voted very purely and clearly on the fact that they were experiencing economic distress and they wanted that economic distress to come to an end. I'm hearing from these people. I'm hearing from brothers who believed not in all of the social things or the rhetoric or the religious part of who Donald Trump is, but in the actuality, in their minds, that Donald Trump was a whiz businessman that was going to fix the American economy. They're confused. They don't know what's going on. They did not vote for harder times. And the reality is, as much spin as can be done on any network, it is going to be, in my opinion, irreparable harm done to the president's reputation if people experience a tremendous amount of pain, even in the short term from the tariffs.
Yeah, I mean...
No, because the quartering is there to be like, you don't need this stuff. You want this stuff.
Tremendous amount of harm done to his reputation, but also I just want to, I need to correct the record because I feel like I hear a lot of conservatives talking about, oh, the last time when Trump was in office, he put in...
Don't worry, guys, because the Democrats are going to save democracy. We're going to fix all this by saving democracy. That's what we're going to do. We're going to save democracy by voting for Kamala Harris 2028.
Tariffs and everything was fine. Okay, here is JP Morgan talking about what happened the last time when he put in those tariffs. Steel tariffs created about 1,000 jobs for steelmakers who were protected by tariffs. They reduced employment by 75,000 in steel using industries such as autos and construction as prices rose and sales fell. Similarly, in all industries affected by Trump's tariffs, duties boosted factory employment by 0.4% but reduced payrolls by 2%. Because of overall costs rising and retaliatory tariffs. It costs jobs to raise prices.
By the way, there's something else to pay attention to when you...
Yeah, weren't, what was... Yeah, Stellantis. Stellantis has already temporarily laid off 900 U.S. workers and paused production in Mexico and Canada. That's why it's like, I don't know. Sean Fain sometimes it's like he's great, and then other times you're like, oh my God, you're such a hog. And he was out here, of course, praising Trump's tariffs, saying that this was going to bring, this is going to be good for the auto industry. This is going to be good for union U.S. auto workers, because we're not going to, not as many foreign cars are going to be imported, et cetera, et cetera. Like there'll be more jobs and higher pay and more goods being purchased, goods in the form of cars being purchased in the U.S. And he is always going to bat against free trade, yes. And so UAW was criticizing the company, Stellantis, for these layoffs. And it's like this, but this is the problem, is like, you're looking at the hypothetical of, if Donald Trump implements these tariffs at his own will, okay, like with no economic reasoning behind it, then hypothetically this will be good for U.S. companies and good for U.S. workers. Except the reason that the alarm bells were being rung on the Trump tariffs, and why right now we're already seeing a disastrous fallout, is because that's hypothetical. And then there's the reality. And when you are doing tariffs in the way that Trump is, these companies that, first of all, rely on goods from other countries to produce their American-made goods, because like we said, America doesn't make everything, and they don't make everything efficiently. And that is why they have trade agreements. That's why they rely on other countries. And sometimes they have deficits and sometimes they have surpluses. And that's how it goes. It's blanket tariffs versus targeted tariffs, right? And when you blanket tariff, and when you are Donald Trump, who, let's be clear, the reason that he's doing this is because ultimately what Donald Trump cares about the wealthiest people in this country. He cares about corporations and billionaires getting tax cuts. He wants to extend his tax cuts from 2017, and that's why he said we'll be able to do so by having increased revenue because of these tariffs. So it's tax cuts for the rich, and it's also control. He wants he wants all these companies, he wants every single person, every country to be bending the knee to him. He wants there to be total loyalty to Donald Trump. That's what Donald Trump has always been about. It's always been about Donald Trump. So this is a way through these tariffs, these taxes, and then through his tax cuts, of forcing that loyalty to him. Yeah, personal favors to Trump will get you a 20 to 30% tariff discount. Exactly, where he's just going to be handing it out. He'll be like basically determining if someone, if a leader of a country or if a corporation has been sufficiently bending the knee to him enough, and then he'll be like, okay, I'll reduce your tariff, or I'll give you whatever. Has he even mentioned reducing taxes yet? It seems like a lot of spending cuts, but not many tax cuts. Yes. So this is like his 1-2 punch plan here, where we increase the tariffs, we raise revenue, and then we have all this extra money, and so we get rid of the federal income tax. We have tax cuts for everybody in this country. Like it's his big beautiful tariffs and his big beautiful tax cuts.
You're looking at the job creation from the tariffs in the first Trump administration, the price per job. When you look at some of the jobs that were created, you're paying, in one case, like $815,000 per job for the jobs that were created because of the costs that are offset by the tariffs themselves. So it's not a great way of job creation. It's very costly to the American public to do it that way.
You know what's sad about this is 90,000 factories did shut down in America since 2000. And Trump said, there's a hole in the ship. And that's one of the reasons he won. And to Van's point, people thought he's a business guy. He's going to fix this.
Also, Ro Khanna never responded to me on Twitter after he said, let's have a conversation in the DMs. And I said, let's have a conversation right here. And we didn't have that conversation. Still waiting. Still waiting for it.
And he's going to disappoint those towns. He's going to disappoint those people who've been betrayed for the last 40 years because this isn't going to help improve their lives. And there's going to be more disillusionment in this country and more anger that their lives aren't changing. And that, to me, is the saddest part of all of this.
Scott?
Well, I think what is true today was true for Joe Biden and every other president that came before either of these two guys. If people feel like their economic trajectory is on the upswing, they will give you political leash. And if they feel like their own trajectory is on the downswing, they will punish you. You go back to Ronald Reagan, and he even though there were hard times in that first Reagan term, people felt like the country was getting back on the right track. They were willing to give him time because they believed in his program. They believed in the confidence that Reagan was projecting about America. That's what Trump has to do here. To the people that you think are going to be impacted in the short term, and they may well be, and Trump has acknowledged that, he has to make them believe that the long-term implications for this in their communities is worth it, even if they're experiencing a little short-term pain. So the political...
What does the yellow pin mean? I mean, it can mean a couple things, but it, at least since October 7th, is used to represent the hostages in Gaza. So I'm assuming that's what it is.
I think all goes on to the trajectory. Do you feel like things will go better in the future? And that is the salesman's challenge.
It also has to be true, because at the end of the day, if people start losing their jobs, which some of them will, this is going to end badly for Trump. Rhetoric is not going to do anything about that. I just want to play what one.
Okay, and let's talk about the big thing here too. These tariffs are going to be concentrating wealth even more. So in a country that is already that's already seen a continuous widening gap in economic inequality, where people were so desperate in the 2024 election, and it is why they turned away from Joe Biden, who they had just had for 4 years, and turned away from Kamala Harris because she said she would be no different, and turned to Donald Trump as Donald Trump was already president, but it's been 4 years. Things suck. So I'm going to go with him either again or for the first time. And things are only getting worse and worse. And so what will happen, the likely scenario to happen here, is that this trade war is really going to be a class war, and it will weaken things like progressive taxation, because Donald Trump wants to, he's somebody who wants regressive taxation. If you make more money, then you pay a much smaller, much less proportionate amount of taxes to your income. And and so these tariffs right now, I think people are kind of celebrating seeing billionaires lose what was it, like a collective 20 billion or something already. I can't remember the numbers. And it's like, yeah, it's great on the surface, but what happens is, and the reason that after during the Great Depression, you had individuals who went from like pretty rich to becoming barons, to becoming like the wealthiest individuals in this country by an enormous margin, was because they were able to take advantage of the markets crashing. They were able to take advantage of people having to, like smaller businesses having to sell. They were able to buy all of it up. And so then once the markets got back to normal, you know, once they got through the Great Depression, they made out like bandits. And so what will happen here is that the wealthiest in this country will use their resources, because there is no depression that can just totally wipe them out. They will use their resources. They will buy up more. They will buy up more residential housing. They will buy up more infrastructure. They will continue to extract from the working class through the acquisition of more assets. And so they will be able to take advantage of the majority of people's economic conditions worsening, of being able to control more in every aspect of people's lives and to make money off of that. And of course, they will raise prices. They will not, give you better quality. Like the quality of services delivered will decline, and they will continue to raise prices. So I think it's important to understand that, like, even if short-term billionaires and corporations like the biggest corporations seem to be hurting, in the long term, and then you couple that with these tax cuts, this is good for them. A side of me thinks that's what it's about: depressing the market, letting the rich buy it up, then dropping all these tariffs. Well, there's one thing we know. It's that Donald Trump surely doesn't give a shit about the poor and working class in this country. But I think some people are genuinely willing to live at a lower standard for their party affiliations. I don't know how to ever combat that. I mean, look, there's always going to be some people who refuse to refuse to give up their loyalty to the party that they have sworn themselves to the individual politicians that they have convinced themselves are working on their behalf. But it's not about individuals, right? It's about the masses. You have to organize the masses. And so ultimately, like, yeah, you're never going to have 100% of people, but if you have enough people, if they have gotten to a point where truly there is nothing more that can be squeezed out, then there's only one option left. Rockefeller isn't just the name of a building. It's the name of one of those barons who originally bought the entire building at one point. The family is still partially in power from the last time the robber barons took control. Yes. And like I said, you had individuals like Rockefeller who went from pretty rich to like literal barons to, now, like Elon Musk and these billionaires have wealth that is beyond the imagination. But every time there is a recession and a depression or depression, the wealthy in this country benefit from it. The cynic in me thinks the U.S. will not amass a Democratic majority to counter this until a critical mass of people are forced into poverty and destitution. Right. It's kind of all right, things are bad now, but how much worse can they get type of thing. Like what is it going to take for there to be something in the form of a revolution. Like, people have been squeezed out, but you know, what's the timeline on how much more is left? How much more is left until they are until they're squeezed out to the point that they have no other options.
Car dealer said earlier this morning just about what's ahead for his business, pretty much
But see, that's the thing, though, is like Donald Trump's tax cuts, he, of course, touts as good for everybody, right? Oh, the working class, the middle class, middle class, like everybody's going to benefit. Everyone's going to get a tax cut. And so for a lot of people, they might get a little tax cut and go, yeah, see, he was right. But they've lost out on so much more that tax cut does nothing for them. And then additionally, the tax cuts that go to his corporate and billionaire friends are just so much larger. Not even comparable. Keeks, thank you for the 8 months. What would you say is a perfect example of what's happening now? Is it really like 1930s Germany? I mean, I made a joke yesterday where I was like, okay, the Great Depression is what led to a rise in fascism in countries like Germany. Well, it's not like fascism is nowhere to be found. You know, we're seeing fascist actions taking place every day. So as far as a depression on the level of the Great Depression, then leading to a rise in fascism and a takeover by the Nazi Party in Germany. No, it's not exactly the same. There are always parallels to current moments, parallels to previous eras of history, even if it's not beat for beat the same. You know, deregulation, deregulation. Sorry, hold on a second. The consequences of deregulation, which have been stretched out over the decades, like a lot of the current issues that we're seeing are traced back to the deregulation policies of the 70s and 80s. Deregulation of corporations only hurts consumers, right? Like, you look at the airline industry. The airline industry being deregulated has led to less choice, has led to it being worse for the consumer because of having fewer choices, because of having higher prices. Feeling liberated from my cheap Lay's all dressing Canadian chips right now. Slay, let's go. Here's the problem is, like, as far as there being what I would say, okay, with my understanding of things, when you ask me, like, what is a comparable issue? Well, it's kind of hard to be like, oh, this is like the Great Depression, or this is like in the 70s when they started deregulating, because all of these things have accumulated and have led us to where we are now, if that makes sense. Where, sure, the 70s were 50 years ago, or the Great Depression was 100 years ago, but it's not like it's not like we experienced hardship and then we start it all over, right? It's like it's not like the clock totally resets. So what we are experiencing when we refer to it as late stage capitalism, we did not fall out of a coconut tree. No, we certainly did not. But we are feeling the effects of now decades of neoliberalist policies. We are feeling the effects of stuff like deregulation, as even though things like the New Deal were created in an effort to fix the economy and improve society after experiencing one of the worst economic depressions in history, what's happened politically is essentially an erasure of a lot of the initial good that the New Deal did. Putting Band-Aids on a system that just kept breaking more and more and more. And as policies, as legislation in this country really kicked into gear in a way to maximize corporate profits, in a way to allow billionaires to continue exploiting the working class and take advantage of a legal system that's been designed to be in their favor. Like all of this accumulating, leading us up to where we are now. World War II saved the economy as much as the New Deal did, put everyone back to work. Well, yeah, so I guess we just need World War III. How about that? We need World War III and we'll fix the problem. Will there be gaming tonight? Yes.
The cost is going to get passed to the consumer. There's no doubt about that. There's nothing we can do about that.
Yeah, I mean, the 2008 crash is another moment that's more recent that absolutely devastated consumers, devastated the economy. And then what happened was the banks were bailed out. That cost fell on the consumers. Thank you to Barack Obama.
I can't eat the cost. No matter what, all of us are going to sell less cars. And then we have to make this hard decision. So that's laying people off. That's cutting vendors out. That's reducing our inventories and not ordering as many cars. All these things, to me, are negative impacts to the economy.
But I think he's got to get some deals in the short term, right? He's got to get some wins early, start equaling out these with our trading partners.
I feel like this is the baldest bald man that has ever balded.
Gets those early wins and people start to see progress. He will continue to have that leash.
You know what's interesting? We're having a lot of conversations about President Trump and his political future and what it means for him to lose people. What we're not talking about, at least in a robust way, are the actual American people. The people who are being asked right now to sacrifice, to pay higher prices, to potentially lose their jobs for an economic future that they can't see and that there's absolutely zero clarity on. That you don't know why the tariffs are really there. You get 4 or 5 different answers as to why they're there. You don't know how they're going to benefit, but you're expected to lose your job, pay higher prices, not buy a car, do all of this stuff.
You haven't seen me, I'm bald too. No, that is the baldest bald man to ever bald.
For what?
I think that the choices facing the administration are tough, but one of them is just to change course.
Keeks,
they
thank
can
you for
do
the 8 months.
at any moment.
Sheepus,
And I
thank
think
you
it's
for the
also
8 months.
possible, given how Trump has behaved in the past, that he would do that in the future, maybe even the near future.
Van Lathan, I was wrong about the math. I was wrong about the MAGA cult. You know what? We're all the MAGA cult.
Thanks very much for joining me.
Okay, Bernie.
Tonight we're going to do a bad news, good news routine. So stay with me. We start off with the bad news, which is pretty bad, but we are going to get to a happier ending. Let me begin by just telling you
Bernie's going to give us a happy ending?
what you already know. And that is that under Donald Trump, this country is hurtling rapidly toward oligarchy, toward authoritarianism, toward kleptocracy, and toward more and more income and wealth inequality. That is what is happening. You'll all remember that Abraham Lincoln talked about a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I think it is very clear that today we have a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. Elon Musk contributed to...
Did he say Elon? Elon Musk.
$277 million to get Donald Trump elected president. And he was rewarded with the most important position in government. In other words, he put out the money and he got what he paid for. Trump also nominated 13 other billionaires to head various government agencies. So almost all the guys who are running the government are billionaires. For many years, as I think you know, I have been talking about how a country is moving toward an oligarchic form of society. And I know that people had their doubts. What is Bernie talking about? Well, not anymore. People now see what's going on right in front of them. No secrets about it. They're seeing the billionaire class running our government right now. But it's not just oligarchy and a government of the very rich that I'm concerned about. It is a very rapid movement toward authoritarianism. Virtually every day, Trump is usurping the powers of Congress. He is ending programs that Congress appropriated, and he's getting rid of agencies that he has no power to get rid of. Further, he has sued major media outlets like ABC, CBS, Meta, and the Des Moines Register for stories and actions that he didn't like. And now his FCC is investigating PBS and NPR. And he's threatening to withhold federal funding for these vitally important media outlets. This is clearly a massive attack on the First Amendment and freedom of expression. He doesn't like what some media are saying, and he is intimidating them. The message is clear. Hey, I'm the boss. Don't you dare criticize me. But it's not just Congress and the media that he's going after. He's also waging a massive attack against the judicial system. Unbelievably, he is actually trying to impeach judges who render decisions that he doesn't like. Think about it. Very few people who are watching this discussion tonight thought that the Supreme Court's decision on Citizens United or Roe v. Wade were good decisions. In fact, in my view, they were...
I know I've said it a bunch of times, but I really do think Bernie is one of the only people who, despite how those of us on the left feel about him, who can speak to the mass, who is speaking to the masses in a way that is addressing how they are feeling, addressing their economic insecurities, and pinning the blame where it needs to go. You know, the bar is quite low. Just always remember that. The bar is quite low. It is in hell. And so Bernie's appeal, Bernie has mass appeal. And we can't expect the majority of people in this country, many of whom voted for Donald Trump, to go from nothing to suddenly, waving waving the communist banners or anything like that. And stuff like this, where do we go from here? And him speaking directly and clearly, this is very effective.
Disastrous decisions. But we're kind of old-fashioned. We believe in the rule of law. That's what happened. Presidents appointed those people to the Supreme Court. We didn't go around saying, hey, you got to impeach Chief Justice Roberts and the other members. Terrible decision. That's not the way the American Constitution works. And that's what we believe. We actually believe in the Constitution. But it's not just Congress or the media or the judiciary that Trump is going after. He's now waging a vitriolic attack against major universities that are teaching courses or allowing activities he doesn't like. For years, we have heard conservatives talk about decentralized government, getting the government off the backs of the people. We've heard about education being a local issue. And now we have a president who is telling Harvard, Columbia, Princeton, and others what they can or cannot do. And in an absolutely unconstitutional and frightening way, federal agents have grabbed foreign students, thrown them into unmarked cars, and taken them to detention facilities. And what is their crime? What have they done that deserves that kind of treatment? Well, in at least one case, a woman wrote a article critical of Israel. In another case, somebody attended a demonstration. Do you really grab people off of the street, throw them in unmarked cars, take them to detention centers because they expressed a political point of view? And unbelievably, he is now going after law firms that oppose them, giant law firms. Can you imagine?
Yeah, and I think the important thing is not just the action is not we must remove Donald Trump and then things will be fixed, which has never been Bernie's sole call to action. Like, that's the Democrats' call to action. They will say, Orange Man bad, remove Orange Man, save democracy, everything is fixed, woohoo. That is how we make America great again. But I think the way that he frames it, I think the way that he speaks, he's very clear in the way he explains things. And I think it is bridging that gap between, okay, here's why things are bad. Here's why not just Donald Trump, but Democratic policies have also caused decades of harm to the working class. And then this is where we need to go. And this is what we need to do.
A president threatening a law firm because they represented a client or did something that you don't like. And Trump has also decided that he needs to lead the culture war in America. He has made himself chairman of the board of the Kennedy Center. So if you add all of these activities up, and I'm just talking about a small part of what he has done, it makes one thing.
I know we moved on. Oh, God, my tinnitus. Oh, God. I know we moved on, but incredible book on neoliberalism and the Band-Aid ideology you highlighted earlier. Cool, thanks.
Very, very clear. Trump has very little respect for the Constitution of the United States and for the rule of law. He wants more and more power for himself and his fellow billionaires. He wants to lead an authoritarian nation. And to make a
These tariffs are making my tinnitus worse. Girl, the tariffs. Girl, my tinnitus.
Even worse. Trump and Musk are rapidly trying to dismantle.
It's not even leftist audio. Sometimes it's just both ears. It's just a high-pitched ringing sound. I'm like, oh, God.
And destroy federal agencies that serve working families and the poor. Musk has laid off thousands of workers at the Social Security Administration, which will make it harder for the elderly and the disabled to get the benefits that they paid for. It's a massive attack against Social Security. Trump and Musk have also decided to lay off some 83,000 employees at the Veterans Administration, which will mean that the men and women who put their lives on the line to defend our country, our veterans, will see a deterioration in the health care they receive at the VA and the timeliness of the benefits that they earned. And then on top of all of that, Trump and his Republican colleagues are now working on a huge reconciliation bill, which will make massive cuts to Medicaid, education, nutrition, etc. To do what? Why are they making these cuts? In order to give over $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%.
Wait, didn't Trump say the veterans should be getting more help? Why is he making them suffer more? Because he doesn't give a fuck about veterans. They also just reversed cuts to the 9/11 health program, but then they re-reversed it. It's like they've been trying to go after, so they've been like making cuts to these programs. They'll get criticism. They're like, okay, we're going to roll back, and then they'll just do it again. He does not care about veterans. He doesn't care about anybody except himself and his allies who support him because what he does is good for them. He cares. I mean, ultimately, Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump. Like, that's always been the case. And the people have dirt and money on him. Mm-hmm. All those billionaire constituents. Look at his pause. He's like, where do we go from here? And just this. This is the vibe.
So that's where we are. That is the bad news. And all in all, it is a pretty dismal situation.
Wait, even before Trump was president, weren't veterans treated like shit? Yes. The way that we treat the way we treat people who we send off to fight war is that we treat them as heroes, and while they're fighting, we're like, yes, this is, you're doing your duty to your country. Try to get more people to sign up, recruit them. We'll offer them, the military will offer them incentives to recruit. And then they come back and they're traumatized. They have PTSD. They experience a whole host of mental health issues because of war. And we just cast them to the side. Yeah, we treat them like heroes. We call them heroes and treat them like waste. Yeah, we call them heroes as we simultaneously deny them care that they need when they return, that we just use them and that's it. So many homeless veterans who just sleep on the streets. Yeah.
So now, let me give you some good news, some very good news. And that is, over the last month, I and my House colleague, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, have been traveling the country in what I've called a fighting oligarchy tour. I've been to Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Colorado, and Arizona, and the turnouts have been extraordinary. In Denver, we had more than 34,000 people turn out, the largest rally I have ever been a part of. And what I have learned from all of these rallies and meeting thousands and thousands of people is that the people of our country are sick and tired of Trumpism. They are tired of oligarchy. They are tired of authoritarianism, and they are prepared to fight back. And I should tell you, just to mention, I'm going to be in out west next week. In a week and a half or so, we're going to go to California and other western
Bernie's
states.
coming to LA.
And we are going to continue to rally the American people to stand up to Trumpism and his contempt for American democracy. And let me give you another very good piece of good news, and that is on Tuesday night, Susan Crawford took on Elon Musk and the $25 million that he spent to win a seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And I want you all to...
And they're tired of the fucking Democrats, too. We need a third party. Yes, and like this... Yeah, well, I don't want to get into the whole thing because... Yeah, I mean, Bernie has had a lot of smoke for the Democrats. He had a lot of harsh but accurate words for Kamala Harris after the election and Biden, but of course approaches things in a working within the Democratic Party type of way. He was the first to call out Dems after Kamala lost, but it frustrated people because of how uncritical Bernie was, or at least appeared to be during the election, right? And this is where the debate rages between people on the left who are like, look, this is the best that we have right now. As far as their mass popularity, both Bernie and AOC, and being more progressive than, being more progressive than the Democratic Party establishment is. And so without a viable third party, without power in, without like real power outside of the party, then that is why they have to work within it. And then you have people on the other side who are like, who are rightfully frustrated, who are critical, who are way to the left of Bernie and AOC, even if they were fundamental in their leftist journey. And it's like, my thinking is, yeah, my thing is that we cannot have a repeat in 4 years of what we had in 2024, obviously. And I do wish that Bernie was calling for a progressive party and not just on candidates to run as independents. And it's like, okay, if you're working within the system as it exists, if you're working within, trying to work within the Democratic Party, can you also, though, be like pushing for a real progressive party and not just individual candidates who are now running under the label of independent? Like, I think it's good. I do think political candidates should not be running as Democrats anymore, not just in name, but obviously in policy. Those who are disillusioned with the Dems have no movement with a real sense of direction, and the Democrats are walking towards a fascist future, either through incompetence or capitulation towards the right. Yes, like in my opinion, the Democratic Party is completely broken. That I mean, look, I know there are people who have like, they on either side, either the, yes, we have to work within the party side, or no, we can't, like, don't work with the Democrats. They feel very passionate about it on either side. I'm like, I understand both. Like, I'm a centrist, okay? That's what it is. I'm a centrist and I'm on both sides. Where it's like, yeah, I'm trying to reckon with the reality and the two parties that we have, and there not being a viable third party, and also reckoning with a completely a completely awful Democratic Party. Leaders that are bad, and not just bad because they're incompetent or bad because they're nowhere to be found, but because their policies are antagonistic to the majority of people in this country, that they are not pro-worker. If he were the leader of the Dem Party right now, I'd be willing to work within the party, but he's not. Right. It's like, how do you work with the Chuck Schumers and the Nancy Pelosi's when they are in opposition to progressive policies? And then I'm also like, look, I say all the time that progress doesn't happen overnight. And so the strategy of working within the system, because that is more realistic, because that is, that's the current situation that we are in, is obviously with the understanding that this is not progress that happens quickly. Should have Mike on straight. Mike is who I refer to when I'm like, Mike's got his opinions and he's very, very strong in those opinions. And I know that he is very, I know that he defends Bernie and AOC, and he's like, yells at people who he calls wreckers, etc. I think Marxism is more towards the, more on the side of, how are we going to work within this party? He is more publicly critical of AOC and Bernie. Emma and Tommy Vietor talked about the reconciliation between liberals and leftists on PSA. I feel like there should be some restorative justice, though, but libs would never concede the point, so who cares? Yeah, I haven't watched that episode yet, but I did see that they went on together, where it's like Tommy is very establishment Dem. I think sometimes he makes good points, and I think sometimes he supports progressive policies, but for the most part, he's an Obama guy who's like, he's always going to support the party, even if right now the Pod Save America guys have been more critical. Ultimately, I don't see them I don't see them being radical at all. I think being practical about what we have to work with right now, but also be optimistic enough for a better future, be it a third party or taking over the party at the end of the day. We as leftists just want to leave the world a better place. Yeah, like I think the way that I feel is I am not going to completely rebuke people like AOC and Bernie when they have the mass appeal that they have, when we are in the situation that we are in, and when we don't really have anything else. And I think it's still good to be critical, but I think it's recognizing that you as an individual may have surpassed where they are, and they may have been, despite them being instrumental, especially Bernie, in your journey towards leftist ideology. But I think it's being realistic, too, about where the majority of people in this country are. And they just voted for Donald Trump. Because Kamala Harris sucked, yes. But also because they felt like Trump was going to save them. And ultimately, what you would want to get to is a point that Bernie and AOC are like the liberals of this new great progressive party, you know? That they're on the least radical end. Mike kind of expresses the anger and frustration we as progressives feel, and that's not acknowledged by the Democratic Party. No, for sure. I was just using, somebody brought up Mike, and then someone also brought up Cinemarxism, and I was saying, like, based on what I've seen from them, like, as far as these two kind of schools of thought when it comes to Bernie and AOC's place in politics, when it comes to a progressive party, when it comes to like working within the system, or like working within the Democratic Party, or like, no, we have to burn the Democratic Party completely down. And there's a lot of, I'm not saying these two fight, but like a lot of leftist infighting over this exact thing, over people who just want nothing to do with Bernie and AOC, because they feel that they have so greatly failed on their promises, that they are not where they need to be on the topic of Israel and Palestine, that they were angry at them publicly campaigning alongside Kamala Harris. Last month, I changed my registration to independent since the Dems have no want to counter fascism in the slightest. Yeah, I also recently changed my my registration. I was like, it's probably time. Mio Corvus, thank you for the 3 months. Paparoni, thank you for the gifted. Lookout Shift, thank you for the prime. I dream of a world where I'm guillotined as a reactionary. To be fair, Bernie isn't where he needs to be. I'm not arguing with that. No, in the past, I have criticized Bernie on this topic. I'm more so just talking in general, though, about this approach on the left by working with this approach on the left of the Bernie and AOC type of approach. Sorry, not this approach on the left. This issue on the left of the Bernie and AOC approach versus the no, they are like, they're not on the team. No one's good on Israel. Yes. I mean, that is unfortunately the reality. Anyway,
remember that just 5 months ago, Trump won a narrow victory in Wisconsin. And just the other day, Ms. Crawford won a strong victory. She won by 10 points. Pretty good victory in a state that Trump had won just 5 months before. Also on Tuesday night, in 2 congressional districts in Florida, where Trump had won by 30 points, Democratic candidates, while losing, cut that margin in half. Pretty good. So, where do we go from here? I think the answer is quite obvious. We have got to educate, we've got to organize, we've got to fight back effectively with discipline and intelligence. And if we do that, in my view, we're going to win this
In general, aren't Bernie and AOC the best, most powerful people we have out there fighting against the Trump admin on the left? Yes.
And right now, I should tell you, we are not only doing rallies around the country, we are also hiring organizers at the grassroots level to help us build the kind of grassroots infrastructure that we need if we're going to be successful. And let me just mention to you that just a few hours ago, I was on the phone with our friends in the 1st District of Iowa. I had been to Iowa City last month, and we got a whole lot of folks coming out. We got names, we got emails, we called them up, and we had tonight, just a few hours ago, over 500 people in the 1st District of Iowa on the telephone. And almost all of them signed up to get to work to help us organize.
I mean, that's huge. Like, that's big. And that is something that none of us are in the position to be doing, right? Like, I'm just I'm just a streamer. I'm just here trying to give my thoughts on things as one person. I'm just a girl. As No Doubt says, I'm just a girl. No, but it's the point I'm trying to make is like I don't work in politics. I am not a politician, and I am also not a politician that is popular in the way Bernie is, for being like the foremost leftist politician in this country on a national stage. Isn't Gwen Stefani MAGA now? Okay, here's a little secret I'm going to let you in on. Gwen Stefani has never been a feminist. Gwen Stefani has never not been MAGA in her heart. Okay.
Doors to hold meetings, etc. And we are going to have organizers all over this country, especially in districts where Republican members of Congress won by slim majorities. And we're going to make sure that all of the people in those districts that were won by Republicans with small margins, they know loudly and clearly, they're going to hear from their constituents, that they must not vote to give huge tax breaks to billionaires by cutting Medicaid and other programs that working families desperately need. So yes, let me be very honest with you. The oligarchs are enormously powerful. No ifs, buts, and maybes.
But
they have endless amounts of money.
Okay, so first he says he's going to give us a happy ending. Now he's talking about butts. What is going on? Is this how we win? Is this how we win?
They control our economy. They own much of the media, and they have enormous influence over our political system. But from the bottom of my heart, I am convinced that if we are smart and if we're well organized, they can be defeated. If we stand together and not let them divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or our religion or our sexual orientation, if we bring our people together around an agenda that works for the many and not just the few, there is nothing in the world that can stop us. We can win. We will win. So let us go forward together. Let's build that movement that we desperately need. Let's defeat Trumpism. Thank you all very much.
And also the Democratic Party. Gaza is our home. Thank you for the raid. Hold on. I wanted to... I get the criticism for AOC and Bernie, but I don't get the hate. Like, if you don't want to get behind the only thing we have in this far-right country, then what should we do? Not saying you hate them. I mean the chatters in general. Well, I think the hate, the people who express genuine hatred, I think it comes from feeling disappointed in Bernie and AOC, coupled with complete anger at our reality, at our current predicament. It is also I don't want to make this too much about too chronically of online leftists, but I think people who genuinely are expressing hate, and I don't mean frustration. There's a lot of people who are frustrated. Totally. I get it. I'm frustrated too. But you know the people that I mean, the ones on Twitter who are very, very hateful. And I think it's because that's kind of a thing on certain in certain areas of leftist Twitter. I do see that I do see that being expressed. I do kind of see this just real pugnacious, condescending, I'm smarter than everyone who tries to fight me on this platform kind of attitude, you know? They will not have a conversation that is not with people who are on the same ideological side, that is not just filled with condescension. Revolutionary cosplayers. Yeah. So I would say for the most part, people on the left who are expressing frustration, it's not hate. And I do think a lot of them recognize that Bernie and AOC is kind of a like, this is what we got. And yeah, it'd be great to live in a country where they are seen as like the reactionaries. They are the least radical of the of the politicians that we have that we have elected into office, who have the popularity and power that those two have on the left. Someone I followed on Twitter replied to Hassan's Communist Manifesto tweet with, "Why are you platforming people who speak against Marxism then?" Referring to AOC and Bernie, which I think is kind of pushing into what you're talking about. Is it that other Hassan guy? Because I've seen him a lot too. And he's someone who kind of just likes to do this. I've seen that guy on Twitter. And he's kind of the person that I'm describing, where he loves, that's a person who gets a lot of pleasure from shitting on people on the left. And sometimes it feels like people like that shit more on other leftists than they do liberals, than they do conservatives. And it's like, who's your enemy here? And why does this feel like a personal thing? Are you talking about Mehdi Hassan? No. I've been in leftist online space since 9/11. It's a long time. I think we need to look back down the mountain at how far we climbed. Yeah, and I think a lot of people kind of just look at the regression. I think they look at what we've lost. I think they look at I think they look at the current moment and the steps backwards that we've taken versus how it wasn't until recent that someone like Bernie saying Medicare for all, promoting universal health care, was being talked about nationally. And it is painful. It was painful to have to go backwards, to not have healthcare be a thing that was discussed at all. But we've also seen individual progressive candidates rise up, like Zoran on high. I mean, I don't know no guarantee he's going to win the mayoral race, but there's a lot of people who are resonating with him and what he has to say. And this is in New York. This is Kathy Hochul's territory. I think a lot of leftists also get too caught up in their own morality and don't quite know how to be flexible. Yeah, it reminds me of Tumblr back in the day. Bernie and AOC have their roles in the movement. Yeah, I think it's also...
All right, turning now to some breaking...
I think it is also this idea that if you are not 100% critical and turning away the Bernie and AOCs, that it means that you 100% are in agreement with them, that you think that they're perfect, that you're like, yes, this is the leftism that I want in its purest form and not the starting point. Bernie also talks about climate change more than standard Dems. Yeah, I mean, Bernie's referred to himself as a socialist for a lot longer than a lot of angry leftists online have been born. And you may now be further than Bernie is as one of the foremost leftist socialists in this country. But the mere fact that Bernie has had such a successful political career and was you know, was had a good chance of winning that primary had the Democratic Party not coalesced around him, and had a good chance at winning the presidency. Like that is something that cannot be forgotten, I think. Bernie was socialist during the Red Scare period. Like Bernie, look, socialist is still looked at as a dirty word in this country, you know? And yeah, Bernie was socialist when it was even harder as a national politician to align, to identify as a socialist. I don't know, man. Here's the last thing I will say, and then we're going to move on to talking about Russell Brand. I'm not a person who's looking to fight, okay? I'm tired. I'm exhausted. There is so much right-wing dominance, so much reactionary mindset in this country that I don't want to fight leftists. I'm also, you know, it's just kind of me, but I have my opinions. And there are like certain things that I get riled up about, but I'm also not going to like shove my opinions and state it as like, this is the way in your face, and then condescend to everyone on the left who like doesn't completely align with my vision of what we should be doing politically. I say this because I mean it. I look at my role now as a Twitch streamer who covers pop culture and politics, and I'm a leftist. And like, I don't work in electoral politics. I do not work in politics in general. I am not an organizer. I am not an activist. And I am tired. I don't want to fight with people who ideologically I am aligned with. Because it's stupid. And there's way more important and bigger fights. I'm glad you say that, Carolina. Someone whose first presidential election was in 2016, was inspired by Clinton, turned far leftist in the modern day. That's me. Yeah, you learn to adjust your expectations, so to say. Look, I also did not become a leftist overnight. And I was even, it's not like I went from total reactionary to the leftist that I am now. And so I'm realistic in looking at my own journey. I think I think people on the left who are like really pugnacious and condescending and are like, no, fuck it, burn it. You know, you guys are wrong. It's like I think they all kind of act as if they were born Marxists type of thing. And the reality is that a lot of people everyone had a journey, unless, I don't know, your father was Marx, okay? Like your daddy is literally Lenin. And then maybe you can use the excuse of, oh, no, from the moment I was born, I've been this way. There was no journey for me. But otherwise, it's like, I look at myself. Yeah, we know. Yeah, I know you know. I look at myself, and this is still a journey that I'm on. I am still on the journey. But to get to from where I was for a majority of my life, which was very Democratic Party brained, which was very liberal brained because of my family, which was very like her story, Hillary Clinton, first woman president, to where I'm now, that did not happen overnight. Being a leftist is not the default. You definitely have to go, right. Like in this country, in the United States of America, being a leftist is not the default. You go through a journey, will never be perfect leftist at the end of the day. And perfection is the enemy of good. Always remember that. It's the type of leftist who says shit like, don't go to therapy because you'll be manipulated into bourgeois politics. You will. Yeah, like this. In love with Michelle Obama. Hashtag DNC 2012. Like, I was literally there at the DNC. Okay. All right. So anywho, that's a little bit about me. Leftist purity test each other as much or more as the right. I'm just like, I know I quote this all the time, and I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Hunger Games, Katniss, remember who your enemy is. Remember who the real enemy is. That's the line. And it is not just a line of dialogue. It's a recurring theme in the Hunger Games. Remember who the real enemy is. Your real enemy as a leftist is not, and especially as an online leftist, is not another online leftist who does not 100% agree with what you think the strategy should be here, which is expressed via your tweets because you spend too much time on Twitter and you are not out in the real world enough. And the one thing I will say, I may not know as much political theory, like leftist political theory, as, I don't know, I'm not going to name specific names, but I feel like we all know these leftist accounts. However, I have worked in politics. I went on my liberal to leftist journey, and it took a long time. I maybe also just have a more realistic sense of the world, like understanding where people are at. And so that is why I look at things the way that I do. I grew up in NC with a now Trump or Texas dad and conservative Korean mom. Hell yeah. Listened to Fox and Friends and Rush Limbaugh with my dad every day. Then I went to college where my first roommate was a socialist and I flipped parties in my first year, then moved further left as time went on. People grow and change, but you can't yell at them to get that done. Yeah, and you can't expect perfection, and you can't, I don't know. I feel like you cannot completely oppose the few individuals who are in a position to be appealing to the masses who just voted for someone like Donald Trump. Along the lines of what you're saying, I don't want to fight leftists, but some of you need to understand that your fancy language and theory doesn't work much when it comes to a rickshaw puller making 50 cents a day. You mean they don't want Marxist theory shoved in their faces? Some of you need to learn to talk to the people you stand for. Yeah, I don't call that fighting. Like, you know the type of infighting that I'm talking about. Like, I think that's a reminder of how we have to speak to people not in a way that we tweet, not in a way that we post online, right? It's like, I think maybe if you've gotten too lost in the sauce of being a chronically online leftist who is like spending all this time screaming about AOC and Bernie and screaming at other leftists who are not screaming at them in the way that you are, then I like genuinely, I hate to use a cliche, but the concept of touching grass, not just in a, hey, go out into the world and enjoy yourself and not just be online, but like touching grass is in you're remembering what people are like, that you are having conversations with people in the world and like recognizing that they are not chronically online, that their minds don't work in the way that chronically online leftists do. Absolutely. When I speak with fellow union members, I talk to them like they would to me. You have to You got to talk the talk that they understand. But from the leftist perspective, you have to present this stuff as common sense and point out how leftist policies like universal health care, public transit, etc. benefits the individuals, especially budget-wise, especially when you're trying to dismantle a fuck ton of propaganda that they are still susceptible to. Yeah, it's like code switching. Yeah. You know? Like you might go, well, those things are common sense, but it's why I said about Bernie, you know, what he does is he does a good job at expressing these things in a very simple way, right? Like makes it so that it seems common sense without being like, hello, duh. How do you not know this? Duh. Why are you so stupid? Don't you get this? Anyway, all right. Hi, Vobies. Thank you for the 7 months. Frankenfurter, thank you for the 6 months. Chris X, thank you for the tier 1. Mio Corvus, thank you for the tier 1. Paparoni, thank you for the gifted. This is another beef I have with leftists. It's elitism of normal people not understanding theory, another big problem. Yeah, you're not going to revolutionize the masses by forcing them all to read Marxist-Leninist theory, you know? That's not that in fact goes against those teachings too. It's like, oh, you're gonna shove this book in someone's hands and be like, here, read that and then you'll get it. Read that and then I'll see you on the front lines. You also sometimes need to understand that some people aren't PC, aren't woke, aren't sensitive to minorities, but they're still receptive to leftist messaging. Leftists don't need to be nice coddlers all the time. They can be an asshole who wants better for others too. No, I know. No, trust. Coddling is exhausting also. Yeah, I mean, I've said this a couple times when I have stupid chatters and I'm yelling at them and I'm like, I genuinely want better and I wish you would fucking understand that. I wish you would understand that I am not your enemy. I am not your enemy. And ultimately, you are not my enemy. And I wish you would stop. Like, I wish you would not come in here and be such an asshole because you're assuming that I hate you. You're assuming that, like, the things that I believe in are because I hate you, a random chatter who I don't know who you are. And I know for a fact that you are not of the class which is oppressive, which is the oppressive class. Like, sorry, I'm going to make that assumption, okay? All right, let's talk about Russell fucking Brand. Hey. Speaking of assholes, though, okay, there will be no coddling here. There will be no niceties here. Okay, there will be no, like, when I talked before about how I'm tired, how I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight with leftists. That none of that applies here because Russell Brand is a fucking piece of shit. This man is not a leftist, so I'm gonna go to town. All right. Long time coming, these charges. And of course, what he's already doing and what his defenders like Charlie Kirk are doing are leaning into the conspiracy theories, okay? That they are coming after Russell Brand. They are coming after Russell Brand because he's telling the truth about vaccines, about the government, that he is a threat to the establishment. And that is why they have cooked up these phony allegations and charges. And he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Charlie Kirk defending this was insane. Let me remind you guys that Turning Point USA worked with a known sex offender. Like, that's just one example. And also, this is what Charlie Kirk looks like. So here's what Charlie Kirk tweeted. Every single allegation against Russell Brand concerns events that took place 20 years ago or more. I can already smell the conspiracy being cooked up. None of them existed while he was a famous actor or comedian. All of them emerged once he became a highly visible dissident on politics and COVID. Smells like a conspiracy. Brand has been forthright about his behavior as a young man. But the idea that he was a serial rapist is absurd and, more importantly, completely unprovable. Okay, so first of all, how old is Russell Brand? Russell Brand is 49 years old. Yeah, so so he's 50 years old, and I love how they're trying to do the thing like he was a baby boy. He was a baby boy, and he wasn't perfect as a baby boy, but he was not a serial rapist. He was not a serial rapist baby boy. Okay, because he was just a baby boy. And so the thing about Russell Brand is that, first of all, he was 30 years old. Roughly 30 on average when the allegations against him, when these incidents took place. Yeah, he's just a baby boy. Second of all, somebody like Russell Brand does not stop abusing people. It's not that his only abuse happened in this period of time, that the allegations which were made public that led to criminal charges filed against him, that those date back to. It's like this weird, it's like trying to do this dumb logic of, first of all, he was a baby boy. Okay. He was a young baby boy he was promiscuous. He wasn't perfect. But these were from so long ago. So just by that fact, they're not true because they were so long ago. Like, why didn't they come out earlier? Yada, yada, yada. That's the classic from the playbook. But also that these allegations are the only times that Russell Brand was sexually abusive versus these are just the allegations that were made public and that have now led to subsequent criminal charges. Yeah, it's been a while. It doesn't count anymore. Anyway, Charlie ends his tweet with, "This is a political prosecution, plain and simple." Yeah, I'm politically prosecuting him because he looks like shit too. It's not just a piece of shit. He looks like shit. He's got crazy fucking eyes.
News out of the UK. London's Metropolitan Police has charged actor and comedian Russell Brand with rape as well as multiple counts of assault. CBS News senior foreign correspondent Holly Williams is following the developments for us out of the UK in our London newsroom. So Holly, this sort of broke just a couple of hours ago. What more can you tell us about these charges?
Good morning, Vlad. Well, the British police said in a statement that Russell Brand has been charged with rape, indecent assault and sexual assault. The charges relate to 4 separate women. All of the alleged incidents occurred here in the UK, and they date back to between 1999 and 2005. Now, as you'll remember, Russell Brand starred in several Hollywood films, including perhaps most famously Forgetting Sarah Marshall. He was briefly married to Katy Perry between 2010 and 2012. And more recently, he became a sort of self-help guru with his own podcast. Here in the UK, he originally made his name as a stand-up comedian. The British police say they began investigating in September 2023, and they say they received a number of allegations after the British media reported claims of sexual assault made by multiple women. At the time, Brand strongly refuted all of the allegations, saying that while he had been promiscuous in the past, all of his relationships were consensual, and he has continued to maintain his innocence.
Wait, why can't I pause? Oh. The thing about Russell Brand is that when the allegations came out, they were surprising to no one because he's been a scumfuck, but also because his comedy, so much of his comedy and his stage presence was talking about how he is awful to women. Like he, you know, it was kind of like the Louis C.K. thing where he'd talk all the time about masturbating, but he doesn't like to masturbate alone, where he would joke about his obsession with masturbating in front of women. And then it turned out to be that actually was what he was doing and it was not consensual. And it's kind of this idea with like, with comedians, for example, that if you make your brand the thing that you actually do in real life, then it kind of provides a cover because people are like, well, that's just his, that's how he is. That's his persona. You know, he's always been like that on stage. As in, like, that means then that it's either acceptable to be that way in real life or that it's just a shtick and they're confusing his public persona with they're confusing the shtick of his persona with what he's now been accused of having actually done. Neil Gaiman did that too with his characters. Yeah, there's a lot of examples of abusive men who, through their art, be it comedy, fictional writing, movies, Woody Allen, that they're kind of putting it out there in the open. And then it's like when allegations come out, when their behavior is revealed, it's like you point to their work and you go, yeah, it was kind of right there all along. Create some doubt. Maybe they're confused because that's his character. Yes, and I'll show you an example of
In February,
this.
Brand attended an event at Mar-a-Lago hosted by Mike Flynn, who served as National Security Advisor during the first Trump administration. CBS News has reached out to Russell Brand's representatives for comment on the charges.
So then what happens next, Holly?
So the British police say that Russell Brand will appear at a magistrate's court on the 2nd of May, where it's expected he'll be asked to enter a plea. The police say that the investigation remains open and they've urged anyone else who may have information to come forward. Vlad.
All right, Holly Williams reporting.
Okay, so what we were just talking about, let me show an example. So this is a clip from 60 Minutes Australia. What year was this? 2012. This was from 2012, okay? Watch this.
Tricky little swine, I'm a trickster. I'm a raven, I'm a playful coyote, looking for mischief.
When you interview...
Yeah, see, so that's how Russell Brand always was. He's like, yeah, I'm a trickster. I get up to trouble. Like, I'm no good.
Russell Brand, you actually don't really know who's going to turn up.
This isn't crystal meth, that's literally a crystal. If you smoke that, all you'll get is enlightened.
The more you say don't, the more he does. That's Russell.
It was like a alpine mountain range stabbing up into my nuts.
When I first started talking to him, I thought, oh, Russell's going to be smart-ass Russell. Then he suddenly took a shine to me, and he became most enjoyable to be around.
Is this the interview now?
This is
You're just going to lean in. That's how it indicates the commencement.
At 37, Russell Brand, a former heroin and sex addict and recovering alcoholic, has enjoyed extraordinary success.
My personality doesn't work without fame.
He's a really smart man, and...
For the life of me, I can't remember when Russell began his career as an alt-right pundit during the pandemic, or was he always an op? We will talk about that, but it was... I don't know if people know this, but like, once upon a time, and it wasn't that long ago that he started grifting to the right. He had a total rebrand of his YouTube content in 2020, and that's when he started leaning into like conspiracy theories, right-wing shit, specifically COVID misinformation. But for years, he was involved in political activism. He was talking about climate change. He would talk about corporate greed, the evils of capitalism, yada, yada. And it was not until COVID when he started to grift to the right. And now over the last 4 or 5 years, he has fully completed the grift. And that includes, like, this is crazy. Okay. In 2009, I think it was, in 2009, he was one of the celebrities that condemned Israel's assault on Gaza. And he talked about the cruel and massive loss of life of the citizens of Gaza. He also was defending the leaders of the Baha'i faith who were on trial in Iran around the same time. And then now you fast forward to this right-wing grift of his, and he's all up Israel's ass, right? He's a total Zionist, even though it's obviously all part of the grift. And people like Charlie Kirk, Russell Brand himself, his defenders on the right, will have you believe that it's not a grift. It's that Russell Brand started speaking the truth, and then the allegations came out about him. But there's also another way to look at it. One, Russell Brand's career had declined. Like, he did not enjoy the popularity that he once did. And that he knew he was going to be facing very serious allegations that would be made public. And so, as we have seen time and time again, you just start grifting to the right, because then when shit comes out about you, you go, oh, they're coming after me because I'm a truth teller. The media is collaborating to destroy me because of the things that I'm saying. It's classic. Yes, it's classic. You get to just promote conspiracy theories and avoid accountability, because now you get to say that, oh, you didn't actually do these bad things. The reason that they're doing this to you is because they don't like what you're saying and they want to shut you up.
I think in amongst it all is a very decent man. He has a lot of humanity. He cares. So there's a whole lot packed into Russell. What is a nice English boy like you doing in a place like Hollywood?
Well, a lot of yoga, occasionally making films, making television.
But it was a place that
always gave me cult leader vibes too.
I don't think you ever thought you would get to.
Like, do you just mean because of criminal convictions and stuff? Perhaps. And I'd like to remind you, before you go any further, on that subject, that you are Australian.
Happy Russell put me into his little golf buggy, and we were going to do some B-roll.
I've been in a lot of trouble.
The worst driver
I keep getting in trouble. The police keep getting involved in my driving. It's not good.
God. Ridiculous Russell took the wheel.
See, okay, so what she's doing is she's basically like, there's all these different Russells, but like at his core, Russell, he's got this humanity, and he's such a character, right?
Russell can't drive very well, it turns out. And then Russell declared that he was going to take me on a unauthorised trip around the lot. Russell, you are a naughty boy.
Oh, yeah, I am. There's a tape here, but what happens if you drive through it?
Crazy Russell started crashing into sets.
You're not going to be in here. I wonder what this TV programme is. Sorry.
So just arrest sexual assault, Russell.
Stuck, Liz. We're stuck on a set of a
This is the hot woman in the painting behind me. It's
Don't
Farley.
know what the show is.
I want you to know I was abducted by Russell Brand. You seem to be a little naughty boy from the beginning.
You said that in a flirtatious way.
I did. What was it, do you think? I mean, there was just something rebellious inside of you, or?
I don't trust
Like, do you see like all this normalizing though, where it's like, oh, he's a naughty boy. He's like, you're flirting with me.
Authority. In my experience, authority figures have been unreliable. So for me, when people are saying don't do something, I sort of think, well, why? I sort of question authority figures.
You still have that?
Yes.
He understands entertainment. He's a comedian. He's an over-the-top performer. He likes to shock. That's his thing. And he does it so well. Classified.
It's just all shock. It's all shock value.
I'm going to blush, but what's too much?
I can't hurt you from there, Liz.
What is too much?
Oh yeah, you guys, are people not aware that he was buddies with Diddy? And he literally is a way to try and acknowledge that he was buddies with Diddy, but wasn't doing any of like those sex criminal stuff. He's like, no, it was boring though. Like, yeah, I went to those parties, but it was boring. It's like, okay, dude. Speed, thank you so much for the 10. They were in a movie together.
Well,
yeah.
look, so with this addiction, I think what it is any behaviour that you engage in compulsively, even though it's detrimental to your life. If when you're taking drugs or eating chocolate or having sex, it's making your life worse, and yet you cannot stop, that's addiction, and you should look at it.
How is it destructive for you?
Well, if you're sleeping with so many people that you can't get to work, or you're not being properly discerning about who the people are that you're sleeping with, people sort of, then eventually you're going to get into trouble. Just there's a numbers game, isn't it? Sooner or later, it's going to be a married person, or you're going to pick up something.
Or it's going to be a 16-year-old girl who you were abusive to. Yeah.
Unforgivable. And unrelenting.
Forced
but I've been very, very
into
lucky.
a sexual
Seasoned
relationship.
as I am, as a journalist, I am prepared for all events and all kinds of people. And when Russell Brand decided he would like to kiss me, well, you size up the situation. You think,
What?
Am I in danger? What's going to go here? What could go wrong?
Liz, that's your fault. Because you took your eye off the road because things was getting a bit fruity out there. All right, Liz, goodbye.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, it's been really a one-two sleep.
The naughty Russell.
Like, what the fuck? What do you mean you're looking back and you're like, yeah, I mean, you size up, like, am I going to be in danger because he's naughty Russell and he's going to do what he wants to do? Yeah, like the media dubbed him, they dubbed him Shagger of the Year. Like he was not hiding the fact that he was a total piece of shit. Like that was his whole thing. That was his whole thing. And then he would do stuff like this and get away with it.
End of the day. Do I have to tell you?
See you later, Liz.
Like,
Russell. All right, take care. Russell, how can I undo your bra just like this? Liz, I love you.
No, Russell's a performer. So in my...
Oh my God. Do you see what I'm saying though? That she keeps being like, well, he's a performer. That's naughty Russell. There's all the different types of Russells. But like, so, even though I didn't really consent to that, he's a performer. He's silly. He's a naughty, silly boy. Like this is a journalist who's interviewing him.
My opinion, Russell, there are many Russells, and I think the at-home Russell is probably exhausted. I reckon Russell's put so much energy into shocking me that he's now had to go home and have a lie down with a cup of tea and put some meditation music on and do some yoga, because he puts a lot of energy into shocking people.
Right. Okay. So that mindset there is what I was talking about earlier, where because Russell was so egregiously inappropriate, promiscuous, sexually, would sexually harass and touch anyone that he wanted to and would then joke about it on stage, that it was like a cover for him where it went, but that's the performer Russell. I bet the real Russell, not the naughty Russell, not this silly Russell, whatever these Russells are, the real Russell at home he's just a guy. Like it's all just for show. when it turns out the real Russell is sexual predator Russell. Yes, sexual predator Russell. But that was like this was just for years how Russell Brand got away with doing what he did because of how the media largely treated him, how the industry treated him, how like people would just go, it's okay because that's part of his brand. Do you know about the Andrew Sachs prank phone call controversy? Beloved actor being harassed via phone about Russell Brand having sex with his granddaughter? No, I do not. I don't. That's the Russell Brand. Oh, yeah. That is the Russell Brand. The original sex pest Yoda. Scooter, thank you. Oni Draz, thank you for the 27 months. Okay. So let's watch this. This is an interview with Rosamond Irwin. I think she was the journalist or one of the journalists who broke the story that came out in 2023 when the Sunday Times, it was the Sunday Times. They had started in 2019 looking into the allegations of sexual misconduct made against Russell Brand. So remember how I gave you that timeline? I said Russell Brand began right-wing grifting. He totally redid his YouTube. He went from talking about things such as climate change to pushing COVID misinformation, and then it just got worse from there. So in 2019, the Sunday Times became aware of allegations of sexual misconduct against him. In 2022, Channel 4's dispatches began working with the Times, the Sunday Times and the Times to investigate the allegations. In September of 2023, the allegations were then published from 4 women anonymously, and these were allegations of sexual assault and emotional abuse from 2006 to 2013. So remember how Russell Brand was just a little baby boy? He was a baby boy who was not perfect, but he was just a baby boy. Okay. Well, these allegations go all the way up till 2013 when Russell Brand would have been almost 40 years old. So just a 40-year-old baby boy. And like I said, though, just because these specific allegations that were made public that have led to these charges span from 2006 to 2013 does not then mean that nothing happened after 2013. Okay, so 2023, the allegations are made public. The youngest of the women alleged abuse at the age of when she was 16. Brand was 31. She accused him of sexual assault and of grooming her. And then a fifth woman came out and said that he flashed his genitals at her, and how the reason that the accusers felt compelled to speak out was because Brand had found newfound prominence as an online wellness influencer. So Russell Brand, when he started grifting to the right, became popular on YouTube. He became popular in these wellness spaces because he was pushing COVID misinformation and vaccine misinformation. And as he became more popular, it became more harmful that he was pushing these conspiracy theories and misinformation. So his accusers then felt that they had to come out and talk about what he had done to them. Like all of this tracks type of thing. Okay, so this is from a year ago. This is one of the journalists who broke the story.
After Jimmy Savile,
Is Russell Brand relevant anymore? How big is this guy? I mean, he's hanging out with Andrew Tate. He's hanging out with Robert Kennedy Jr., like the director of Health and Human Services. He's hanging out with Donald Trump. He has he has a big following. Like, people watch his YouTube videos. He's hanging out with the gang.
All of the sort of Jimmy Savile scandal came out, people sort of argued that things had changed. Well, how much has actually changed? You know, is TV still indulging people that they call the talent when they shouldn't be?
I suppose one of the developments are the people where Brand worked are now taking it seriously. The criticism is, of course, Ros, that they kind of knew what was going on and turned a blind eye before this.
Well, yes, lots of people are describing it as an open secret, particularly in the world of comedy.
It's always an open secret. Everyone always knows, okay? Bill Cosby and the casting couch. Harvey Weinstein and all of his abuse. Okay, Harvey Weinstein was... Like, it's not like Harvey Weinstein was some little lamb, right? And then everyone went, oh, what? It turns out that he was actually really abusive. Harvey Weinstein was the type of guy that... he would go on a fucking rampage. Everyone who worked around him was terrified of him. He had so much power. Like, there are so many stories from people who used to work at Miramax, and then once it was the Weinstein Company, who would talk about how like walls would shake. That like you would hear these crashes because Harvey would throw things at the wall, that he would rip things down. It was incredibly abusive environment outside of the sexual abuse, the harassment and assault that he was doing towards actresses, journalists, etc. Diddy? Yes. Another open secret for years, people knowing that Diddy was no good. Did he? The answer is yes. And a lot of people were aware, and that's why every time allegations come out around a celebrity, same with Kevin Spacey, it's always, oh yeah, it was an open secret. Oh yeah. And that's because of the culture around powerful celebrities, and because of the culture in industries like comedy that enables this behavior, that normalizes it.
And TV. And actually, we definitely know that the people who continued to represent him for 3 years after they became aware of allegations against him, we know that they knew because they were approached in 2020 by the woman we are calling Alice, who was the one who had a relationship with him when she was 16. She told them of the allegations at the time. He denied them, and they continued to represent him as a client.
And this 16-year-old...
Grayson, thank you for the 29 months.
Really, that the BBC... It was a BBC car
Red Mage, thank you for the
was
bits.
sent to pick her up from school to take her to his house.
Yes. And so we had to work incredibly hard to corroborate that claim because obviously, technically, it is a single-sourced claim. But she had very clear memories, as many of us do, of that period of our lives. You know, everything's in Technicolor. This is her first relationship. This is, something that has obviously loomed very large in her life because it was traumatic to her. And so she was aware that, I mean, there were many cars that took her to his house on various occasions, but she was aware this particular one that came to her school was a BBC car because it was driven by a chauffeur, and they had specific hats, and she was aware of that at the time that meant it was a BBC car. I don't think the BBC uses those cars anymore, but that is why she was able to be so sure as she is about that.
And that speaks to the point that's made throughout the coverage, really, that there's a fear that the BBC knew that he was behaving wrongly to whatever extent and didn't want to tackle him.
Well, he was just a tiny baby boy.
Obviously, if you read our investigation that we published with the Times on Sunday, we're very clear in that there were all these complaints that were made internally and about his behavior, and actually so much of it was broadcast even. I mean, he rang up Jimmy Savile, obviously before the allegations about Jimmy Savile became public knowledge. But he rang up Jimmy Savile, and the two of them sort of chatted, and the conclusion of their conversation was that Brand would be sending his naked PA to see.
Yeah. If you don't know who Jimmy Savile is, who Russell Brand was friends with, and who publicly joked that he sent this young girl over to Jimmy Savile. Jimmy was he was a television personality, and he was seen as just this funny, gregarious guy who was eccentric, who did a lot of charity. And it turns out that he was one of the UK's most prolific serial sexual predators. He groomed and abused up to 1,000 boys and girls in TV studios, in addition to patients at NHS hospitals across Britain. He did this for decades. He was not apprehended. He was knighted in 1990. And he died in 2011. It's very cool. Yeah, he was a serial abuser, one of the UK's most prolific serial abusers, and he got away with it. And let me tell you that there ain't no way that somebody who abused that many boys and girls on literal television sets, as well as in hospitals through his charity work, and did so for decades, that no one was aware. It doesn't work that way. Didn't he pay to have that ward of the hospital built, and he had unrestricted access? I think so. I mean, yeah, he had he had, yes, a lot of freedom, a lot of the ability to be around many children who he groomed and abused.
Jimmy Savile.
He had full access to abuse ill and disabled. Like, it's fucked up. Okay. It's so dark. I think there was a Netflix series about it. It was called Jimmy Savile, A British Horror Story. It's really, really dark. And Russell Brand was friends with that guy.
And that was broadcast, so even was that Brand would be sending his naked PA to see Jimmy Savile, and that was broadcast. So even the stuff he was doing publicly on the BBC, he was a presenter first for Six Music and then on Radio 2. Even the stuff that's being broadcast on at least taste grounds should have been struck out, but was certainly should have been sending off sort of alarm bells about his behaviour.
More women have come forward, Ros. Obviously, you need to now investigate what they're saying. What can you tell us about the number? What sort of things what areas are people talking to you about?
Yeah, so we've set up a specific email address if people want to come forward with information. So, and if anyone is listening to this and wants to speak to us anonymously or named, but obviously anonymously if they wish, then please do get in touch. So we've had a huge amount of information come in to us. Of that, several women are making fresh allegations about his behavior. Now, we did a huge amount to corroborate these stories.
Wasn't he also buried facing a children's playground? No. It says he was buried at Woodland Cemetery in Scarborough, and his coffin was inclined at 45 degrees to fulfill his wish to see the sea. But I don't see anything about, that would just be like extra fucked.
That we published on.
Savile was another case of police corruption because they were covering up. Yes, like as I said, Jimmy Savile didn't get away with his crimes, with his sexual abuse of so many children because he was like so good at doing it in secret. No, he got away with it because the culture around him that enabled him, that allowed him to do
Sunday.
it.
And in the Times today, my brilliant colleague Charlotte Wace has got an interview with a woman she's worked very closely with, who we're calling Nadia, and we did a huge amount to corroborate their stories. So we have to be careful that we are being probably even more careful. Well, no, we could not have been more careful. So we are being as careful as we were with those stories on these ones, because we can't rush things into the paper. We need to do adequate corroboration. That means that we are happy that these stories are fit to be published.
And that email is, if anyone's listening who has a story to tell us, investigations@news.co.uk is the name of the email. How have you been, Ros, since this happened? Because I want to talk about the reaction to it from people who are critical of the story as well. How have you been personally? What's your social media been like? Have you been called all sorts of names?
Yes, but we did anticipate
called all
that. We are not
sorts of
naive to
names.
these things. Charlotte, Paul, and I, my colleague Paul Morgan Bentley has also been immensely.
Have you been called mean names? And she's like, do you mean have people threaten that they're going to kill me? Have they tried to dox me? Yes. Mabel Takes, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. What's up, guys? We are covering Russell Brand. Real piece of shit, if you didn't know. On his gravestone, it was inscribed, "It was good while it lasted," I think, from the documentary. Oh, Jesus.
Well, just brilliant, frankly, on this story. So, look, we all knew this would happen, because that is what Russell Brand is now. He is now somebody who talks about conspiracy theories and the mainstream media and how evil the mainstream media is. We knew this is what reaction we would get. And yes, look, it's vicious, but frankly, I'm quite a tough cookie, and I can cope with it. And beyond that, we've had a huge outpouring of support, particularly from journalists, politicians. A huge number of people have got in touch with us, and actually more broadly than that, the madness of Twitter is such that we can't think those people are representative. I don't believe they are. The huge number of comedians are being supportive, because they have obviously been aware of these allegations far longer than most people, because they were sort of an open secret on the comedy circuit. So, yes, some of it is quite nasty. I mean, somebody rather brilliantly claimed that I was working for MI5 and MI6. And just to note on that I did actually apply for MI6 when I was 20 years old.
Did you?
Because I wanted to work there. And I got rejected because their vetting process is a good one. So, the idea that I would be working for them, well, it's a bit optimistic in terms of my own abilities. I'm not sure I'm cut out for that kind of work, and they certainly didn't think I was.
But there's an argument, and you'll have seen this argument as well, Ros, which is that you find that this stuff out, it's not your job as a journalist to report it, it's your job to just pass everything to the police, and only if something hits the criminal threshold by which someone is first investigated, then arrested, then charged, should any information about them.
Oh, also, sorry, let me correct myself, because I think I explained this wrong. So what Rosamund Irwin, she's talking about, so this is the report that came out in 2023, and these were allegations from 4 anonymous women, and they were allegations between 2006 and 2013. So it was a joint investigation between the Sunday Times and the Times. And then the charges that he has just been charged with today, which include rape, indecent assault, and sexual assault, this is between 1999 and 2005. So, again, an indication that Russell Brand has been abusing women and girls for a long time. In 1999, a woman alleged that he raped her. In 2001, that he assaulted another woman in the Westminster area of London. In 2004, a woman who alleged that he orally raped and sexually assaulted her in the Westminster area of London. And then between 2004 and 2005, a woman alleged that she was sexually assaulted by him, also in the Westminster area. So there may be more criminal charges that are brought against Russell Brand. Just so you know, this could be only the beginning of charges that are brought against him.
Ever come out, and your job is simply to tell the police what you know, not to publicise this yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Stig, for bringing that up, because I really do want to address that. We're publishing allegations. I'm not a police officer. I'm not a judge, and I'm not a jury sitting on any claims to decide ultimately whether they meet a criminal threshold. But what I do believe is that journalists have a duty, particularly in stories that we're talking about, hiding in plain sight. Jimmy Savile would give us a very good example of a story that never got out in his lifetime. And a couple of people have been in touch with me, and they said on Russell Brand, they always worried there'd be that talking head in the Jimmy Savile documentary saying, oh, we all knew, but we couldn't do anything. And personally, I don't believe that's acceptable as a journalist. I think as soon as I became aware of such extreme allegations as those we have published, I have a duty as a journalist to be making sure that information, if it is corroborated, if we have checked it out, if these go through such extraordinary work. Our lawyers have been extraordinary on this. I could not praise them more highly, because this is so difficult and it takes so much bravery for these women to come forward. And so I think also, could we note that the police, particularly the Met Police, with obviously Wayne Couzens, but even much more broadly, we've had so many stories about why women do not want to come forward to the police, because these are and of the absolute worst kinds of stories. So yes, the Met is asking women to come forward now, and I suspect we'll have other police forces saying the same thing, because these allegations are not all in the same jurisdictions. But I should note that women have very good reasons for not going to the police, and that sometimes, grueling as it is, people would rather talk to a journalist.
Just finally, we had Marion Jones on, and he said he's heard lots of people come to him since then, and he thinks this story could go broader than Russell Brand. Is that possible for you as well, that there is this feeling that there are other senior figures, big, powerful people who've abused their authority, and that might start to emerge at some point?
I'm sure that is the case. I think Britain hasn't really had a Me Too moment quite in the same way as the US is. And I would, as the US did in when Harvey Weinstein, the allegations against.
Yeah, well, things seem to be going backwards, because a lot of the major public figures who were toppled when the abuse that they had committed came out in the form of lots and lots of allegations. Well, we've seen a lot of these people start to come back. And we also see people like Candace Owens, who are working on a series to publicly exonerate Harvey Weinstein. We've seen just the popularity in smear campaigns against female actresses. Immortal Beats, I'm not going to get into the whole Amber Heard and Johnny Depp thing right now, but Johnny Depp is a piece of shit. And there are, what I'll recommend? I think Matt Bernstein on his podcast, A Bit Fruity, has a good episode with Kat Tenbarge, who has written a lot about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, if you wanted to learn more about it. But
him came out in October 2017. And I think the reason for that is our libel laws, actually. I think they're much stricter than the US. And, it is incredibly difficult.
Johnny Depp is an abuser. Like, that's not a question. And he lost a case in, this is how crazy it is. Okay, The Sun, which is a tabloid newspaper. British tabloids, real awful, but they had called him a wife beater, like in a rare instance of the British tabloids not being misogynistic, and referred to Johnny Depp as a wife beater. And Johnny Depp sued the publishers of The Sun, and he lost.
To do these stories. And I hope that this is going to be a moment where we look at things and say, well, after Jimmy Savile, after all of the sort of Jimmy Savile scandal came out, people sort of argued that things had changed. Well, how much has actually changed? Is TV still indulging people that they call the talent when they shouldn't be, and allowing them to get away with behavior that is, well, for some people inappropriate, for some people potentially criminal? So I think we really have to scrutinize that, and we have to sort of look at power structures and start actually having an honest conversation about how much has changed since Me Too, because maybe the answer is not actually that much.
Maybe the answer is not really that much. Yeah, it is quite depressing to read reports about how sexual harassment in Sexual harassment in the workplace, still a major problem that there really hasn't been much, if any, progress since Me Too. And then you see stuff like this. Scott Rudin is planning his comeback after Hollywood downfall over abuse allegations. Cool. Scott Rudin's coming back. Megyn Kelly opens business with man that she shamed during Me Too. Remember this fucker, Mark Halperin? Yeah, well, Megyn Kelly is going to be doing a show with him. That's awesome. Many such examples of this. Many such examples of men who it's like, oh, you're back. Okay. Great. All right, wait, let me find the video of Russell Brand releasing his statement after the charges. Okay. Russell Brand, truly an example of, oh, it's always the ones that you most expect. All right, here's his statement that he put out. My response.
Thank you for these incredible and overwhelming messages of support. We're very fortunate in a way to live in a time where there's so little trust in the British government. We're very fortunate, I suppose, that this is happening at a time where we know that the law has become a kind of weapon to be used against people, institutions, and sometimes entire nations that will not accept and tolerate levels of corruption that are unprecedented. I'm speaking particularly to those of you that are watching this in the UK. How do you feel about your legal system right now? How do you feel about some of the high-profile cases that are...
Okay, so when we call this stuff a playbook, it's because it's literally a playbook. It's why you hear these guys repeat the same shit, because it's part of the playbook. And the playbook just gets better when they see its effectiveness within the scope of public opinion, you know? It's why, like, seriously, okay, if you've done something bad, namely, I don't know, sex crimes, maybe you start grifting to the right, because then you can be like, they are trying to silence me. The government, the media, the left, they are coming after me because of corruption. And because I am telling the truth, I am revealing that corruption.
Not being pursued and prosecuted. How do you feel that the Southport murders were handled? How do you feel about the government of Keir Starmer? Now, that's just sort of general context. Me, I've always told you guys that when I was young and...
Oh, that's just general context.
Before I had my wife and family, we're just out of shot over there, my beautiful children. I was a fool, man. I was a fool before I lived in the light of the Lord. I was a drug addict, a sex addict, and an imbecile. But what I never was a rapist. I've never engaged in non-consensual activity. I pray that you can see that by looking in my eyes.
Yeah, those look like rapist eyes. Okay, and look at the photo. Look at the photo that Variety used. Like, these are even more rapist eyes. Wait, where is it? Look into my eyes. Those are rapist eyes. Yeah, those eyes are saying, I did it. Those eyes aren't good eyes.
I want to thank all of you for your continuing support. I want to let you know that our show will be on Rumble on Monday. Thanks for your support there. And of course, I'm now going to have...
Of course, he's going to be on fucking Rumble.
...the opportunity to defend these charges in court, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. In the meantime, you lot, stay free. And we will be continuing to discuss this matter. Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord. Got to throw that in there. Gotta throw praise the Lord in there. So a reminder that, and this is what I tweet about in response to the charges, the news about his charges, is that another thing that piece of shit abusers such as Russell Brand will do is that they'll pull the religion card. Okay? I'm a man of God. I'm a holy man. I am a Christian. And I used to be a naughty boy, and I am not perfect, but I have found the light and I have found the Lord. And it works on people. It genuinely does. It works on people, and there's such a persecution complex that Christians have, and they're like, oh my God, we're so persecuted. We're like Jesus himself. We are Jesus. We are being persecuted like Jesus was persecuted. And it's all part of the grift. And it's all to like, to have cover for the crimes that you've been accused of and that now you've been charged. I'm not religious, but I know a good Christian from a bad one. He's one of the bad ones. Yes. So I said, even after this piece of shit pulled the I found the Lord card to try and distract from the numerous allegations of abuse that he was facing, he couldn't help but to heap praise on rapists like Conor McGregor and Andrew Tate. Yeah, that's the other thing. You know how we talk about the company you keep? Well, the company that Russell Brand keeps is Andrew Tate and Conor McGregor. That's the company that he keeps. And it certainly has no bearing on the kind of person that he is. Certainly not. So even though he has found the Lord, even though he's not a rapist, he didn't do any of these things, he certainly has no problem heaping praise on men like Andrew Tate and Conor McGregor. Gotta love how they always find the Lord when they're guilty. Yeah, isn't that funny? It's like, oh, you found Jesus, did ya? Is it because you've been accused of some very serious things? Is that why you found God? Is that why you found that you walked into the light rather than walked into a fucking train? Another story I wish got more headlines was the Burning Sun scandal in Korea. A handful of huge K-pop stars were drugging and trafficking random clubgoers to rich or famous people. Sick. The female singer that revealed the story passed away. The journalist she worked with was ostracized. Celebrities that were arrested already out of jail and partying up in South Asia. Many such cases. Yeah. Many such cases. So a good indicator of if a person is a piece of shit or if they are not is, do they defend other pieces of shit? Do they defend some of the worst human beings, such as Andrew Tate? If the answer is yes to that, then the answer is also yes, that person is a piece of shit. It's a very simple formula. Okay, it's even simpler than Donald Trump's formula for his tariffs. If somebody is defending Andrew Tate, who's a piece of shit, then they too are a piece of shit. Okay? If Andrew Tate's so bad, how come he's rich? You know what? You're so right. Same with Elon Musk. Same with all these. Same with all of them. I'm going to bed soon, but I saw conspiracy theories in the stream channel. I actually started this a few weeks ago. It isn't super comprehensive, but it's like 20 conspiracies in a tier list. Did you give this to Sam once? Because I swear to God, she did this once. Or maybe we talked about doing it on stream together. I think this was something we wanted to do on stream then. I'll ask her if she wants to do it one of these days. The only one Brand missed was Jeffrey Epstein. Well, you know, the other funny thing too is Andrew Tate is anti-Semitic, right? And he also has said negative things about Israel. But like the thing with Andrew Tate is he is one of those people who is anti-Israel specifically because he's an anti-Semite. Right? It's like not the whole, if you're anti-Israel, you are an anti-Semite. Those are separate things. But the important thing about Andrew Tate and like Candace Owens is that they are anti-Semitic. That is true. Russell Brand, as part of his grift, as part of his like MAGA reactionary conspiracy, blah, 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 is also Zionist. Like he's been just totally supporting Israel, even though back in the day he was criticizing Israel's assaults on Gaza. He was defending Andrew Tate still in the context of Andrew Tate being critical, like insulting Israel, which is like how fucked up this is that Russell Brand loves Andrew Tate so much that even in the context of him being negative towards Israel, where Russell Brand is supposedly pro-Israel, right? He's all Zionist now. He still was defending him as a person. He was still like, the only reason that the reason that people come after Andrew Tate is it's like not for any justified reasons. Let me see if I can find his recent comments on that. He made a whole video about on YouTube about him, but he said he said he's got some interesting and nuanced perspectives, and I think a lot of the condemnation of Andrew Tate comes not from moral high ground, but from the haughtiness and class snobbery that the left has been hiding behind for a long, long time. Yeah, that's what he said. Please scroll away from his face. His evil eyes are getting to me. What do you mean? Those, look into his eyes. He said, I've never engaged in non-consensual activity. I pray that you can see that by looking in my eyes. You don't see it? You're scared? You look into those eyes and they're scary? That's wild. Because he said if you look into his eyes, then
Really?
if you look into his eyes, you'll understand that he is innocent. I did not do it. I did not. Oh, God. The Predator Alliance runs deep. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, indeed. And then you got piece of shit tool bags like Charlie Kirk, who talk about a jump scare too. That's the other thing. It's like you got Russell Brand's rapist creepy eyes. You've got Charlie Kirk's just entire creepy face. Andrew Tate, who always looks like, you know what I mean? They all look like the type of people where it's like, yeah, you're a real piece of shit. Yeah, you look like a real piece of shit. I am no demon. Why does he have creeper teeth? Who, Russell or Charlie? Because let's talk about creeper teeth. Tate looks like he's hiding a creature in his mouth. Oh, God. You just look at them and you're like, yeah, you look like a fucking creep. Creeper face, creeper teeth. Okay, this video is called The Fall of Russell Brand, and it gets into his shifting towards this right-wing, very conspiracy-heavy grift. And also I think it gets into like the history of conspiracy. Like why are conspiracy theories so popular? Why are people who promote them, how do they become popular? Because that's the thing, okay? Here's what I want you guys to understand. Here's what I want you to understand. All these people, the Russell Brands, the Tates, like all of these awful pieces of shit, they are scammers. They are grifters. They are conspiracy theorists. They all partake in these things. They all partake in these things because they're effective. And especially now, you got the playbook and it's like, okay, here's how you can make money off of people. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay, here's how you can get people to be on your side even though you are a serial rapist. You're a serial abuser. You just talk about how you're a truth teller. You talk about how the media is trying to silence you. Boop, 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 boop. But like at the end of the day, what this all boils down to is these abusers, they are scammers. That is it, okay? They are fucking scammers. And there are so many scammers. There's so many scammers, and they're all doing this grift, and they're all using the playbook.
On the surface,
The scam runs deep.
this is a story.
I was thinking about this the past few days. I've concluded conspiracy theories fill the gaps in people's education and knowledge. Yes, and this video will get into it, but I talk about this all the time, where people fall for conspiracy theories and they tumble down that rabbit hole because they are scared, because they are insecure, because they are uncertain, because they want answers to something, and they want answers that are actually, like, when they're offered up the answer, they rebuke because that's not the answer that they want. They want to believe that there's something more that's going on, that there is something like deep state going on here. That they are, and the thing about conspiracy theories, there's always a grain of truth. There are things that these conspiracy theories take root in that are true, but then they they go off into lies, into untruths. They have an answer for every doubt, while the truth is never fully clear, so it's more comforting, and it ultimately does provide comfort. Yes.
About Russell Brand, but it's also a wider story about institutions, trust, truth, uncertainty, fear, cover-ups, questioning, about how we all think. It delves into the most fundamental of human questions. What are the stories we tell ourselves? Who gets to tell those stories? And what is truth? Russell Brand's career as an entertainer was based on promiscuity, shock, extravagance, wit, intelligence. But that's the case for so many comedians. In 2013,
Conspiracy theories also fill the gap between the way they were taught the world / America is and the vast contradictions of the reality they live every day. I mean, there are, like, when we talk about conspiracy theories, I think we usually think of the kind of most, like, the really extreme ones. The earth is flat. Whatever. Okay. Like, you know, like QAnon. Okay. Like, you think of conspiracy theories, you think of QAnon, but vaccines cause autism. That is in the same world as conspiracy theories. The progress of women is why you, as a young man, have fallen behind. Like, that is also in the same world as conspiracy theories, because it is people who are looking at their reality and trying to match that with how they have been raised to believe the world should be and how their life should be. And that's coming at odds. And they are insecure and they are scared and they are vulnerable to these manipulating bad faith actors online. And they can be convinced of things that are not only not true, but dangerous. My favorite conspiracy theories is the celebrities that are only famous because they made a sacrifice. It's like the Elmo meme with the fire. My BF's former friends in med school right now believes vaccines cause autism. That is so scary. This person is in medical school. They are going to become a doctor. They are going to be working in medicine, and they believe that. And that's the thing. That's not the only person. That is far from the only person. I know like too many nurses. I have like read COVID misinformation coming from way too many nurses. It is scary.
Brand did something most comedians don't. He talked to Britain's chief mainstream media political interrogator, Jeremy Paxman.
But here's the thing that it shouldn't do. Shouldn't destroy the planet, shouldn't create massive economic disparity, shouldn't ignore the needs of the people. The burden of proof is on the people with the power, not people like doing a magazine.
How do you imagine that people get power?
He told the incredulous Paxman that he didn't vote. What's the point?
But is it true you don't even vote?
Yeah, no, I don't vote.
And it went viral at the time, not least because Brand is one of Britain's most recognisable faces, but because it seemed to many to capture the mood. An ordinary person telling the truth.
Did we talk about the new ContraPoints conspiracy video? No, I didn't know she had one. Is it worth watching?
Up against the establishment. It was the start of a shift towards politics. In 2014, after a stint in Hollywood, Brand wrote a book, Revolution, which he discussed in another much talked about interview on Newsnight in the UK.
In the book you referred to the destruction of the Twin Towers in New York, 9/11.
Maybe that's like a Saturday React.
What some people say looked like a controlled explosion, and one might read that as you giving some credence to conspiracy theories.
You can read the book in whatever manner you would like to.
Believe
The same year, he started The Trues on YouTube, reading and commenting on the UK papers, interviewing a range of people, and mostly making loosely progressive arguments.
The media
You thought that's what the title was referring to?
Of course,
No, unfortunately, the conspiracy title is referring to Russell Brand.
for many people, the pandemic changed a lot of things, and in January of
It broke people's
2021,
brains.
2 videos stand out as having millions more views than usual, both about the Great Reset. It's a topic that Brand comes back to several times, and they always have many more views. Around this time, Brand...
Okay, so you know how we talk about how COVID broke people's brains? Truly, though, that we will have research. I mean, they've already been looking into like long COVID, or not looking at, they've been studying long COVID, and its effects, et cetera, but it will be shown. We will one day know just exactly how it broke people's brains. Like, it won't just be a euphemism of it broke people's brains. It will literally have like fundamentally change something in their brains.
It becomes more critical
when we have
of
researchers
policies
again
surrounding COVID-19. Much of it is reasonable, and he shifts to his current regular format called Stay Free, a full-time regular show with millions of subscribers, advertisers, co-presenters and guests. A few months later, in the middle of 2021, stories began running, mostly drawing from tweets on Twitter, that Brand is a conspiracy theorist. And by 2022, 2 competing narratives are set. For many, Brand has become a crackpot.
And remember, it was in 2019, so this was right before he did the rebrand, the Russell Brand, that the Sunday Times began inquiring after they were made aware of allegations of sexual misconduct against him. So that's a bit of the timeline there.
Tinfoil hat conspiracist, and for Brand and others, there's a centralizing, authoritarian, mainstream agenda dominated by the mainstream media, the political establishment, big tech, and global corporate interests, all to take away our freedoms.
The word freedom is racist.
I want to look at several stories as they unfolded. COVID and vaccines, the Great Reset, the Dutch farmers' protests, and the allegations against Brand in September of 2023, to ask a question which I think is fundamental to our information age. What does it mean to be called a conspiracy theorist, especially if there have been real conspiracies in history? Iran-Contra, Watergate, the Pentagon Papers, the Holocaust, all the way back to Julius Caesar's assassination. All of these were the result of a real conspiracy. We'll look at the history and the psychology too, to try and separate fact from fiction, asking what drives Russell Brand? Is there any truth to what he says? How can we think about the establishment, the mainstream media, the so-called global elite? What does all of this tell us about the society that we live in? Brand talks about lots of different subjects in a lot of different ways, but there's a few themes and topics he comes back to again and again. He is very aware that he's been framed as a conspiracy theorist and frequently points out that he's just reading facts from a variety of sources, some of them mainstream, The Guardian, The New York Times, The Washington Post, some, as we'll see, a bit more fringe. So again, how can we disentangle fact from fantasy?
Recognition that this human tragedy must be a wake-up call.
At the beginning of 20...
Also, Brand is an example of a guy who is a Zionist, right? Has been supporting Israel, yada, yada, yada. And also has been promoting conspiracy theories that have their roots in anti-Semitism, as most conspiracy theories do. So the Great Reset, that is a conspiracy theory. It's popular in white supremacist communities online. And it promotes anti-Semitism. Yes, many such cases of someone who supports Israel and is also pushing anti-Semitic conspiracies. Many such
2021, clips began circulating on the World Economic Forum's The Great Reset.
Am I streaming tomorrow? Yes.
The Great Reset is an initiative from the WEF to drastically change the direction of the economy after COVID-19
Good night,
by
Izzy.
addressing social issues and to, quote, reflect, reimagine and reset our world. Depending on who you ask, the Great Reset is anything from capitalist propaganda to a genuine attempt to address the problems with capitalism to a global conspiracy to exert more control over the population. In the case of Brand, he argued that...
But of course there are some people out there that believe in shady global cabals running things from behind the scenes. Now, I don't believe that. I believe that there are plain, visible economic interests that dominate the direction of international policy. That's what I believe.
The video is reasonable. It criticises those who think the Great Reset is part of an authoritarian plan to take control through the justification of a manufactured fake climate crisis, for example. But the video is a hit. It has 1 million views, compared to his other videos of the time ranging around 100,000 views. He makes another, saying,
We've decided to dive a little bit deeper into what you think and further evidence and your
It
legitimate
always starts
concerns.
reasonable.
this time 2.7 million views. In a year.
I feel like being reasonable is at first how people like him get you, though. Yeah.
Later,
reel
he
people
says,
in.
The Great Reset, where you will own nothing and be happy, is being brought about by economic policy decisions made by your government that will facilitate the advance of the most powerful interests on earth. Oh?
Continuing that,
A new agenda is being asserted. This is not conspiracy theory. I'm going to read you the actual facts here. I'm just using rhetoric that's appealing. I'm an entertainer. Look at my cardigan. Look at my hair.
okay, so what
Look at my
is the
rapist
Great
eyes.
Reset? Well, it began as a book written by the founder of the corporate lobbying group, the WEF, Klaus Schwab, and his co-author, Thierry Malloret. One review describes 3 main themes. First, a push for fairer outcomes in the global market and to address the massive inequalities produced by global capitalism. Second, efforts to address equality and sustainability by urging governments and businesses to take things like racism and climate change more seriously. And third, embrace innovation and technological solutions that could be used to address global social problems. All of this sounds reasonable enough, admirable even. But as political author Ivan Weck has pointed out, Schwab and the WEF's ideas have something fishy about them. The initiative could be seen as an exercise in corporate PR that gives multinational business leaders more power, not less, that give political elites more power, not less. In another review of the book, Stephen Umbrello concludes that the book does point out a lot of the problems we face, but has no substantive solutions. And of course, liberal elites love this stuff. Trudeau, for example, has used the language of needing a reset after COVID.
This pandemic has provided an opportunity
for a reset.
Bye,
This is our
bitch.
chance to accelerate our pre-pandemic efforts to reimagine economic systems that
So
actually...
there's plenty to criticise, but as Brand explores the Great Reset, he connects it to other events. BlackRock buying up houses, for example, or emphasising one video ominously claiming that in the future you'll own nothing and be happy, or increasing government restrictions during the pandemic.
You will own nothing and you'll be happy? That sounds like the quartering.
Bill Gates and the Dutch farmers' protest. He seems, for example, to be more aligned with the Alberta Premier Jason Kenney, who has claimed that the Great Reset is, quote,
describe it as a grab bag of left-wing ideas for less freedom and more government.
and failed socialist policy ideas. Agenda is used frequently, and as he said, it's not a conspiracy, he's just reading the facts. So, what is a conspiracy? One definition is the belief that a number of actors join together in secret agreement in order to achieve a hidden goal which is perceived to be unlawful or malevolent. Another, by Professor of Psychology Jan Willem Proyen, argues a conspiracy has 5 components. First, it makes connections that explain disconnected actions, objects or people into patterns. Second, it involves that it was an intentional plan. Third, it involves a coalition or a group. Fourth, the goal is hostile,
The wealthy elites are going to do communism. That's right, brother.
evil, or at odds with public interest. And 5, it operates in secret. Another definition proposes a simpler 4-criteria model. 1, a group. 2, acting in secret. 3, to alter institutions, usurp power, hide truth or gain utility. 4, at the expense of the common good. There's also many types of conspiracy. Within government and institutions, without in the form of another country or a nefarious power, above in the form of shady elites, or even below in the form of ordinary people organising to overthrow capitalism, for example. By Proyen's criteria, the Great Reset can be thought of as a conspiracy. After all, it's intentional, it involves a group of people, some argue it's not in the public interest, and at least in part it operates in secrecy, in boardrooms and at places like Davos. But Brand points out that it's not a conspiracy. They're saying it publicly. After all.
Being asserted, this is not conspiracy theory. I'm going to read you the actual facts here.
But I think the more interesting component is the first one. It makes connections that explains disconnected actions, objects and people into patterns. Brand does this often, hopping between topics. So let's look at another one of those topics.
And I feel like him being like, it's not a conspiracy. Look at, like, he's waving his little paper around and he's saying that these are just facts and I'm just connecting the dots for you guys. That's a way to also legitimize himself, where he's like, look, I'm not just some crackpot conspiracist with my tinfoil hat on. This is just cold hard facts. Look, it's on this paper that I'm waving around like this.
The Dutch farmers' protest. The Dutch farmers' movement, beginning in 2019 and continuing today, are protests that argue that farmers are being unfairly targeted in efforts to address climate change. The Dutch government have passed a range of policies aiming to cut nitrogen pollution and livestock farming in the country. Brand says,
Bloody farmers protesting, hating the environment. What is it? Are farmers all bastards? Or are we seeing the beginning of the Great Reset play out in real time?
Oh my God, I hate his clothes. I hate everything about him. Look at him. Like, that's the other thing too. There's always this commonality of fancying yourself as a cult leader. You know, the whole spirituality and wellness and yoga and these whatever the fuck these necklaces are. When he started being more public about his conservative views and conspiracies, did he already know he's being investigated for sexual assault? Well, I cannot say 100% that he knew, but the reason that I was pointing out the timeline is that in 2019, right before he did this shift, the Times had started investigating And oftentimes when a publication is looking into allegations, they will reach out to the accused to ask for a statement. Like, this is what happened with Harvey Weinstein. It happens all the time where they'll reach out and say, just FYI, you know, we're looking into this thing, and do you have anything to say? It also is something where I would guess that, like with Harvey and these other public figures that fell during the Me Too movement, there would always be not flare-ups, that's not like the right word, but kind of these moments that Harvey's team would become aware that a journalist was looking into allegations against him. But like, he would know that some journalist was sniffing around, and then would get, would bring down the full weight of his resources. Additionally, I think Russell Brand's grift also comes from him fizzling out as a celebrity. And what better way as a celebrity in this age who has kind of maxed out your success? Well, you start grifting to the right. You become a content creator. Put yourself on YouTube.
In short, the Dutch government's policies are a power grab, taking power from...
Why do people care about this? Celebs are awful people 75% of the time, because he's been accused of really serious crimes. He's been accused of rape. And because he's a popular creator. He has a lot of followers. He is all over YouTube. What do you mean, why do we care? Do you think that we shouldn't care when someone is an alleged rapist? I'm going to use the word alleged rapist. And when they're spreading misinformation and conspiracy theories in the way that Russell is with the platform that he has, like, we shouldn't care just because a lot of celebrities are shitty? For real, though, is this beating to the punch grift one that he'll regret with punitive consequences, or will he become scandalized and then live the rest of his life still comfy and rich? I mean, look, he's going to trial. He has been criminally charged. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what his YouTube followers think. Like, if he is found guilty, then he will face consequences for it. And of course, that's it. Roll the XQC clip. It's the law. But of course, throughout this, he is going to be doing what he's been doing, which is to say that they are coming after him. They are coming after him because he's telling the truth.
Ordinary farmers, and he connects the protest to other stories he covers frequently. The Great Reset.
Oh, it's because he's a conspiracy theorist. No, namely, he's a rapist, allegedly. He has been charged, like today he was charged with rape, indecent assault, sexual assault, and multiple charges. Like, the main thing here isn't because he's a conspiracy theorist. It's because he's an alleged serial abuser. A lot of allegations against him. And also because he is in the public sphere due to his grifting to the right, becoming a conspiracy theorist, perhaps because he was facing these allegations. But it is important to hold him accountable. That's just what we're hearing about, though. Imagine what goes on behind the scenes that we don't hear about. Okay. I don't understand.
WEF, Bill Gates, and the mainstream media failing to cover the events appropriately. So what's actually happening in the Netherlands? Studies since the 80s have known that nitrate pollution in the ground, through drinking water and into wider ecosystems have been an increasing problem. Nitrate pollution can cause blue baby syndrome, increases in bowel cancer, respiratory problems and premature birth. It causes havoc in rivers, which nitrate-based fertiliser runs into, killing fish. The EU has identified what it calls Natura 2000 areas, fragile ecosystems that are home to rare and threatened species that need protecting. The Netherlands is an agricultural superpower. It's the second largest exporter of agricultural products in the world, and the EU's #1 exporter of meat, and unfortunately and complexly, being close to the designated Natura 2000 areas, this makes nitrate pollution in the Netherlands a big problem. The Netherlands is also an EU member state, with its freedom of movement, courts, European Parliament and so on, and support for staying in the EU in the Netherlands is very high, around 75%. The EU has legislated to reduce nitrate pollution by 2030, and more broadly, worldwide, agriculture contributes to around a quarter to a third of all greenhouse gas emissions. The Dutch government and the EU have agreed a €1.5 billion package to help 2,000 to 3,000 peak polluters, including farmers, to either innovate, relocate, change business, or, as a last resort, buy them out. Now, obviously, among many farmers, this is deeply unpopular. The Guardian reports that for agricultural entrepreneurs there will be a stopping scheme that will be as attractive as possible, said Van der Waal in a series of parliamentary briefings. For industrial peat polluters, we will get to work with a tailor-made approach and in tightening permits. After a year, we will see if this has achieved enough. Does it seem hypocritical to focus efforts on ordinary farmers rather than industrial peak polluters? Well, without speaking Dutch or looking in depth at the legislation on the surface, yeah, it does. And none of what I've just said is to blame farmers, of course, but it's obviously a complex problem with a lot of different interests, a lot of different ideas.
The protests in Sri Lanka are comparable as well.
And in the middle of the video, Brand makes some reasonable points. In Sri Lanka,
I love the paper prop. Like he always has the paper as a prop.
Banning of all fertilizers and pesticides was disastrous. He makes points about focusing on farmers rather than finding ways to shift attention to corporations and the 1%. He says it's always ordinary people rather than the powerful, all of which I can agree with, but he ignores some of the complexity. The Dutch government has also ordered coal power plants to close, for example, and the biggest polluter in the country is Tata Steel, which the regulation does focus on, and is one of the country's biggest employers of ordinary people too. So it is a complex issue. But what stands out from Brand is the framing.
But that's the thing that's so alluring about conspiracy theories, is that it makes it very simple. It takes something that is complex, that people would have a hard time understanding the complexity and the nuance of, and it really simplifies it.
It's about the Great Reset, Bill Gates, the agenda, and the next piece of the puzzle. There are several ongoing COVID-19 pandemic vaccine debates. The lab leak hypothesis, the efficacy of vaccines, big tech censorship, the legality or the ethics of lockdowns. And what should be clear, wherever you stand on a particular issue, is that each of these that I've just mentioned, while having a lot of crossover in that they're all to do with COVID, are somewhat different. Some of Brand's many COVID-19 videos, like the one on vaccine passports for example, have a lot to agree with. However, like with other topics, Brand has a tendency to take a story and spin it into a wider pattern. We hear it a lot recently. It's about The narrative.
The lab leak
theory
of
that the COVID pandemic was caused by a leak from a Chinese government-controlled lab.
The lab leak hypothesis isn't about laboratory safety precautions or lack thereof, but about a cover-up involving world governments, the WHO, and big tech censorship. A WHO epidemic surveillance network across the world that monitors the outbreak of communicable diseases and does a lot of good work, COVID aside, becomes about an elitist surveillance society that spies on us.
The WHO, or World Health Organization. What is it you like most?
Right, and that's the thing is like leftists would go, oh yeah, the government absolutely engages in surveillance. See after 9/11, the surveillance on Muslims in this country that has continued today. Like we live in a surveillance state. But what he's talking about is the World Health Organization. He is taking something like government surveillance, which is true, and it is an issue, and linking it to, okay, come here. I don't have any more jerky. I don't have any more. Come on. You guys can't see because he's out of frame, but he keeps popping up. Come on. Okay. All right. Okay, you want to learn about the conspiracy theories? Okay. All right.
About it, that you fund it out of your taxes, that Bill Gates is its second biggest funder, or that nobody elected him.
A doctor describing helping with outbreaks becomes an object of derision. Take this video, one of many on vaccines.
A former Pfizer worker has turned whistleblower, suggesting...
It's about Pfizer falsifying the data
you mean you don't have
of
any more
vaccine
jerky?
trials. A serious issue. It's based on a British medical journal article in which a whistleblower raised a number of concerns with a trial site they worked at, and those concerns included 1. Participants placed in a hallway after injection and not being monitored by staff. 2. Lack of timely follow-up of patients who experienced adverse events. 3. Protocol deviations not being reported. 4. Vaccines not being stored at proper temperatures. 5. Mislabeled laboratory specimens. And 6. Targeting staff for reporting these types of problems. Fine, all worrying concerns, and Brand repeatedly points out that he's just looking at the evidence objectively.
He's got
just
the papers.
asking questions. He describes himself as a glass funnel, reporting information
He's just asking
carefully
questions,
and
Andy.
unbiasedly, while the mainstream media report it morally, telling people what to do.
No opinions around medical matters, policies around medical matters. I'm sort of basically like a glass funnel.
There are a few points of irony here. First, obviously Brand has a moral position here too. We all do, unless we read a story without comment or opinion, which Brand is doing. Second...
Man, how nice would that be to just spew a bunch of shit and go, oh, but I'm just asking questions here, okay? Here's my paper. I'm just asking questions, right? I'm just a funnel. I'm a funnel reading all this stuff, and I'm just asking questions about it all.
And he says this isn't being reported on by the mainstream media, while using reports from mainstream institutions, the BMJ, CBS, and it's been reported by the Daily Mail and The Conversation. I find a brief reference to it in the Financial Times too. But it might be reasonable to ask, should there not be more of an outcry, more focus on it, more reporting? I can't find it mentioned on the New York Times or the BBC websites, for example. As the Conversation article points out, the concerns raised are important and worrying, but don't meaningfully undermine wider evidence on COVID-19 vaccines. It involved 3 Pfizer trial centres out.
Yeah, and that's like the thing with science and scientists is that they will go, look, we don't have all the answers. This is something that we are still like doing trials and research on, and they will say vaccines are not 100% safe because nothing is 100% safe. When you get in your car and you go drive, there's not 100% guarantee of your safety. If you're walking outside, if you're crossing the street, you're not 100% guaranteed safe. But then COVID or vaccine conspiracists and those who want to believe that vaccines are dangerous and that the government is lying to you and that scientists are lying to you, they will take that and go, see, even they say that it's not safe, but they're lying. They're further lying about how unsafe it is. Okay, go. Get down. So when it comes to clinical trials with multiple centers, whether hospitals or local clinics, the issue the paper covers was more with documentation how the trial medications dispensed. It's procedural and happens. Defrauding a contract research org or a clinical trial can lead to federal penalties. It does not mean the science is faulty. Right. And like the thing about vaccines in a pandemic like COVID-19 is they were also trying to get vaccines as quickly as possible because of how because of how global the pandemic was. And that then was turned into they are just trying to they're trying to make a bunch of money, and so they're giving us poison, and then people who got sick or like things happened to them, they just blame on the jab now. They call it the jab. So like every time a celebrity dies, they say it's because they got the jab. Like Gene Hackman dying at age 96, it's because he got the jab.
Of 150. Those 3 sites involved around
sitting in my gamer chair isn't 100%
total,
safe.
True. And they weren't even run by Pfizer. This was a third party. And of course, around the world.
I need to watch the new episode of The Pit. Is it vaccine? Is it what we're talking about here? I know. I do need to watch the new episode. I know, but I'm streaming. The classic vaccine injury. Also, I didn't realize that this video is an hour and 18 minutes. For some reason, I thought it was 18 minutes long, but it's actually an hour on top of that. So I think we're going to we'll finish this chapter. And then the next chapter is history and conspiracy. And I think I'll finish it tomorrow. A typical leftist video essay. It's like click show more on tweets. Yeah. So we're not gonna watch the whole thing tonight because I want to get into a little bit of gaming.
Thousands took part in trials involving many different.
Is it worth watching The Pit?
Yes. Third-party trial centers, universities, and hundreds of regulatory bodies. And most of the whistleblowers' complaints were about sloppiness. Photos of things like needles thrown away inappropriately, participants' IDs left out when they shouldn't have been. One section reads, an executive identified 3 site staff members with whom to, quote, go over e-diary issue, falsifying data, etc. One of them was verbally counselled for changing data and not noting late entry, a note indicates. Now, all of this is obviously worrying, good reporting, worth investigating, and so on. But it's always important to keep a sense of proportion. This is a single third-party trial centre in Texas, but Brand spins it into a wider narrative, claiming in another video, for example, that
the mainstream media are preventing their own medical experts from accurately reporting on potential COVID problems. Meanwhile, they continue to repress information about vaccine efficacy.
And here's the thing. There's a lot of distrust of the mainstream media from across the political spectrum. When it comes to the topic of Israel, the mainstream media propagates a pro-Israel narrative. Okay? It's only like every once in a while that we'll watch a clip on CNN where they're not just repeating the Israeli government's narrative. And so it's like this is part of the problem is like, okay, yes, there are things about the mainstream media that are a problem because of the billionaires who own these publications, like Jeff Bezos owning the Washington Post And he suppresses stories that are negative towards Amazon, that are in any which way anti-corporate, that the mainstream media is a tool for the, is a tool for the State Department, that it's like, okay, you want to maintain your relationship here, yada, yada. And then people like Brand will go, well, you can't trust anything in the mainstream media, especially around something like COVID-19. They've been lying to you this whole time, and they are not allowing scientists, which I thought we didn't trust the scientists though, to come on and tell you the truth about these vaccines.
As Professor Douglas Drevitz,
The
head
distrust is valid, but these conspiracy theories redirect this energy to serve
of
themselves.
the Infectious Diseases Department at the University of Oklahoma, has written, there have been so many other studies on the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine since the phase 3 trial that people can be confident in its efficacy and safety profile. That said, Pfizer might be wise to rerun their analysis, including all Ventavia subjects, and show if that does or does not change the results. Such an analysis would give added confidence in the phase 3 results. Pfizer reported that they looked into the complaints and said that Pfizer's investigation did not identify any issues or concerns that would invalidate the data or jeopardize the integrity of the study. Now, I want to be absolutely clear. I'm not saying that Pfizer's claims should be taken at face value, or that pharmaceutical companies don't have perverse profit incentives. And
Yeah, they literally have IDF liaisons on the payroll and MSM networks, or why for some reason universal healthcare would only be too expensive to implement in America. Yeah, that like the mainstream media is serving the interests of, whether they are right-leaning, they are serving the interests of Republican politicians like Fox News. It's just a nonstop glaze fest of Donald Trump, or the liberal, the left of center mainstream organizations that will repeat the Democrats' strategy of Donald Trump bad, blah, 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 blah. But also be like, well, we can't have universal health care though, because it'll be too expensive. The lines are going to be so long. It's going to really be just such a disaster. Okay, wait, what was he saying that I was just going to address? He said pharmaceutical companies. Yes. Okay. So that's the other thing. Pharmaceutical companies, big pharma, right? Is that it's absolutely true that big pharma is motivated by profit, right? Under this capitalist system, big pharma operating within a capitalist framework prioritizes profits. But that does not mean that the science is cooked. That does not mean that the scientists who are creating something like a vaccine are doing so in a nefarious way, right? It's like the problem with big pharma is they'll charge insanely high drug prices. They will make it so that they'll work with the health insurance companies so that you can't access these drugs unless you're paying exorbitantly out of pocket. Like they will they will not provide these drugs if they are not making profit. So big pharma, like health insurance companies, putting profits over people, absolutely true and awful. But then that gets turned into that the researchers, that the scientists are also corrupt. Yeah, it's not the scientists in the labs who price. Yes. The research isn't being done by big pharma. Mm-hmm.
This isn't worth someone digging into, someone looking at it in detail. The point is that this is a very small story. It has been looked at, And I'd imagine that if you're an editor at a large TV station or at a newspaper with hundreds of other competing stories to present, you might decide, on balance, that there are more important issues for the day. News reporting is a matter of selection and emphasis in the greater scheme, with the most important issues, with the most important debates, on balance with the rest of the evidence, and with only a limited number of positions on a half-an-hour news show or on the front page of a newspaper. The important question is what's included and what's not. Brand says that the mainstream media are censoring information, when in fact the opposite is true. There are, again, issues with the mainstream media that we'll come to, but it's an endorsement of the press that, unlike, say, in China or Russia, a relatively minor issue could be reported and investigated and decided was not appropriate to include in, say, on the front page news or on a news programme on television. Brand constantly says things like, this is what happens when you politicise information, without the awareness that by weaving insignificant details into wider narratives, deciding to give small stories weight, he is himself obviously politicising information. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just hypocritical to accuse one side of doing
Right, but that's why they call themselves free thinkers, that they're not political on one side of the aisle or the other. Like, they call themselves free thinkers, critical thinkers, etc. And then they will say that they will accuse like the left of politicizing something. Right? And of course, they always end up on the right. Yeah. I mean, this is all reactionary shit. But that's a very popular thing to do, is like accuse someone else of politicizing something, but that you yourself are not politicizing it. I've been harassed and stalked in UT as a researcher myself, and I'm Chinese working in a tuberculosis HIV lab. Oh yeah, during the lockdown did shift to COVID-19 work. It's way more common than reported now, even with MDs at medical schools. Yes. Like, this isn't just people online being like, the jab killed Gene Hackman. It's like the groups that go outside, that go outside abortion centers, like Planned Parenthoods, and they will like physically attack people who are entering or exiting
it when you're doing it yourself. The whistleblower was also reported to be a vaccine skeptic more broadly, while Brand also relies on jokes as innuendo to spin it into a wider conspiracy narrative. While saying he's just relying on facts, he also jokes, for example, that the whistleblower was found dead.
Freedom, importantly, individual freedom, individual ability to make choices for yourself based on a wide variety of sometimes opposing evidence and sometimes contradictory information that places you in the position as an adult to make decisions for yourself. That's not what the mainstream media want, but that's what we demand on your behalf.
But he doesn't use a wide variety of evidence. He selects minor stories and connects them to the narrative. There are many, many, many more sources that report things like vaccines have saved 3 million lives in the US alone. 96% of doctors are fully vaccinated. Myocarditis has been reported in 10 out of 1 million shots of the vaccine, but is more likely to be caused by the COVID-19 virus than the vaccine. There are debates to be had. There always are. But what Brand doesn't have is a good sense of the weight and significance of a story. And what he does have, as we'll get to, is a good sense of how to tell a compelling, scary, and entertaining story. But wait,
yeah, the facts aren't as fun, right? It's not as entertaining.
Because it's a small story, it doesn't make it automatically wrong. And yes, there are moneyed interests, powerful lobbies, values and ideas that are dominant and others that get sidelined. The risk is throwing out the baby with the bathwater. And as we saw at the beginning, some conspiracies do turn out to be true, and they weren't reported on either. So, is there any other way to separate fact from fiction.
Jonathan Frakes. Fact or fiction? Okay, we're going to stop there. Next chapter is chapter 4, History and Conspiracy. He said the thing. Is it fact or is it fiction? Find out next time. Caroline, as an aside, thank you for streaming, especially streaming when you do. It really means a lot to have someone to watch in the evenings. Well, I'm glad that you can be here in the evenings. I have recently become kind of a morning streamer. Not really. Like, I'll still be doing my night streams, but I like to do morning streams here and there. But I'll never give up my nights. Never give up my nights, precisely because of chatters like you who they need to watch me in the evening. Can you tell us about the morning streams I don't want to miss? Yeah, like I said, I don't have a set schedule. I'm not like, okay, every Tuesday and Wednesday, but it's kind of right now just been when I had something pop up where I'm like, oh yeah, I got to go to this thing tomorrow. So also, half the mod team is at work in the mornings. This is true. Yeah, you guys are at work. Unfortunately. You know what? I'm gonna get a compound and I'm gonna become not a cult leader. Anybody who wants to move there, you can move there. And you can join my not cult. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. The people he's talking to are predisposed to be entertained and agreeable to what he says. An objective, reasonable person turns the dial on him after a few minutes of his act at most. But again, you know, he, like a lot of others, they start not so crazy. They start reasonable enough. And there are nuggets of true things, and then it gets into the conspiracy, and they start making connections, connecting the dots that lead to these conclusions that are false. Then they find out where the money is. Yeah, they're like, wait, I can make money off this? A lot of money off this? Glad I caught the stream tonight, taking my band kids to Disneyland tomorrow morning, and I've been able to relax here. One time at band camp, despite all the madness in our nation. I know, but you guys, are we still not feeling liberated? I thought at the top of stream, I said, are we feeling liberated? We're almost 5 hours in. Are we not? Are we not? Do we not feel? Are you not? Are you not entertained? Are you not liberated? Girl, the tariffs? Yes, the tariffs. Exactly. They're liberating you. Hi, Caroline. Happy 3 years of sub. 3 years? How is that possible? I just want to let you know I just told Will, too. I don't know if you remember me from TwitchCon, but I was the one with the Pooh Luigi shirt on. And you thought I was such an abomination. Well, yesterday I got it tattooed to my calf. Squiggles the duck. Thank you. Thank you for the resub. And you know that tattoos are permanent, right? Just want to make sure that you are aware. I mean, there is such a thing as tattoo removal, but it's a process. So I hope that you like it. I hope you like it. I love it. It was like my friend one time got a tattoo of a hot dog with a face, and he got it in the middle of his calf. It was really big. is a hot dog that had like a smiley. It was a smiley face hot dog. And I went, why? And he said, because it was not an Andre. It does seem like a tattoo that an Andre would get, but it was not an Andre. Liberated, I'm on the path to nirvana. Giving up all worldly possessions. That's right. The Quarter Burger says that you don't need that stuff. You just want it. And you'll be happier without it. One item would always be a dumbass tattoo for degen scavenger hunts. Raise your hand if you got a tattoo when you were drunk. Raise your hand if you got a dumbass tattoo because you were drinking. Does high count? Sure. When you were under the influence of something and you're like, you know what would be great if I got a tattoo right now? My cousin once was drunk, and so she decided to go to a tattoo parlor and got a tattoo like on her whole back, which I imagine must have taken a long time. So I'm like, was she just drunk the whole time? Or maybe she started to sober up, but it was too late. They were like halfway through the tat. I don't know. That's how it all starts. Did she pass out? No. No. If you would like to see the tattoo, you know what? Wow. Wow. I don't even know what to say. I mean, that is really just something. You know what? If you're happy, then I'm happy for you. I can't say that I would probably not get that, but if you like it, then I like it for you. But it is certainly a tattoo. It is. Yep. Yes, it is. Okay, wait. I meant to watch this earlier and I forgot to. Is this a fan cam? Is Ilan in here? I think Ilan sent me this. Is this a fan cam of Noah Weil? I mean this sincerely. I would die for him. Young or old? I would. Speaking of which, is the show really good? Yes. Yes. I have said it 1,000 times and I will say it 1,000 more times. If you're not watching The Pit, watch it. Watch The Pit. Watch it. The Pit, it. The Pit is it. The Pit, is it good for a select audience? I am not someone who normally is drawn to medical dramas. So when I first saw The Pit, I was like, I don't think this is a show for me. And then I just decided, like, Sam had come over one night to eat pizza, and me, Will, and Sam were trying to decide what to watch. And I said, do you guys want to watch The Pit? It's on Max, and I think people like it. Like, I don't really care. So we watched it, and then they fell asleep, and I watched a couple episodes, and then I kept watching it. And I was hooked. The Pit is it. Yes. Yes, it is. If you don't got a strong stomach, oof. There are some really gnarly moments. Is it similar to ER? Yes. And it also has Noah Weil in it. I think if you don't have a strong stomach, though, you can still handle it. You'll be fine. Trust. Trust. Okay, you guys. So I'm trying to decide, what do I want to game? Should I, okay, here's the options. I can do a chapter of LA Noire, or I can get into drugs because everyone's playing this drug game. I can check it out. Everyone's doing drugs, but they don't know that I'm the Walter White who's just come into town. It's me. It's me. Hi. Well, regardless, I'm going to download it because I know that Sam had wanted to play it. There's just a game called Drugs. Drugs, yes. You know. Okay, why? You have an account alert. Oh, what is that? Okay, it's called what? Schedule 1. I'm going to download it anyway. Schedule 1. Let's buy it. Let's get it so we can have it. Okay. Okay, it is purchased. It is bought, and now let's get it. Why is it called Schedule 1? Because it's a class of drugs. Okay, I'm going to install the content. So Schedule 1 drugs do not have a medical use, and there's high potential to abuse them and to get addicted to them. So that's why this game is called Schedule 1. Is the profile name still Jennifer Coolidge? Yeah, it is. I just noticed that. I totally forgot about that. Talk to me. Okay. Great. Wasn't weed Schedule 1? At one point. Okay. So Schedule 1 is so fun. Drug Deal Simulator 1 and 2 are awesome too. I feel like I want to try it, you know? Unless you guys, we're doing a vote. Okay, we're doing a vote. I'll let you guys vote. I forgot, it's a democracy. Why do you know that? And why does your new place have a big plant room? Because I love plants. No, I did want to grow mushrooms once upon a time, though. Like, I really wanted to get on that, especially when weed was legalized and weed shops were popping up everywhere. My friend and I were like, we should do this, but with mushrooms. What made you change your mind? Because I didn't want to put in the work. I was lazy. Okay, so you're choosing between LA Noire and Schedule 1. I'll be right back while you guys are voting. Talk to me. Oh. You just came scooting in. Hi, TT. Wow. 69%. Wow. Okay, nice. Nice. Whoa, okay. Okay. Wow. right, you guys. We're gonna do drugs. We're gonna make drugs. We're gonna sell drugs. We're gonna do drugs. If you're leaving for the evening, thank you for joining. Go watch The Pit or whatever. Or don't, but you should. And I will be back tomorrow. So I hope to see you then. The rest of you, let's continue. How can I continue if I've never done it? Anyway, it's time to drug deal. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, specify a name for your organization. What should we call this? Is drug dealing, is that too obvious? Quantourage, obviously. Number one drugs? Not drug dealing? The drugstore. Not a drug dealing organization. Is that good? Best drugs ever. Drugs are us. Or we go Toys R Us. Yes. Ooh, I like what you're doing there. So then kids will come in because they think there's going to be toys, and instead we sell them drugs. Ah. Okay. Okay, but we're going to do it with a Z so we don't get a copyright claim. Toys R Us. Toys with a Z. Okay, all right. I have no idea how this is going to work, but we'll see. Oh, okay. Are we in a trailer? We are in a trailer. Great. I'm going to move this up here so you guys can see whatever that money is. Okay. Another day in paradise. Grab the trimmers from the storage rack and harvest the fully grown weed plant. Okay. It's easy. Now, where's the storage? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, let's get those. Nope. Okay. Here we go. All right. Now, number one. Okay. It's time to harvest this weed. If you're wondering how to do something, there's usually input hints in the bottom left corner. Okay. Good to know. Okay, click the buds to harvest. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, butter. Less obvious, thank you for the tier 1. Look, this is easy. Wait, where's the, oh, okay. Package all the weed at the packaging station. Okay. Is this it? Yeah. Great. Product packaging. Wait, was that, did I do something wrong already? Oops. Did I destroyed the plant? No, you're good. Okay. Package. Drag package product. What the fuck? Speaking of drugs, you made me get that Squid Game. I can't stop playing after you got that. Really? You know what? I'm glad it worked. Okay, wait. So, product, package. No? Click the arrow again. Pack. Place the product into the... What the fuck? Like this? Oh. And then here? Okay. Then what was that whole thing? Put the drugs in the bag. Put the lime in the coconut and shake it all up. Oh my God, can't I get people to do this? I'm a kingpin. Why am I putting the weed in the bag? That's for the lower level employees to do. Okay. Drag. Okay. Okay. Now what? How do I get money? I guess is this how all kingpins start out? Is that they put the weed in the bag? Hold shift and left click to move entire piles. Right click to move. Oh, okay. All right. So now do I smoke this? Okay. So I've got OG Kush. No, I don't. I'm not supposed to. Okay, grab the watering can from the storage. Okay, and then I'm going to put... Do I want... I'll hold on to those. Never get high on your own supply. Fill up the watering can at the sink and water the other weed plant. All right. Oh, need some water. Well, what's the point of growing weed if you're not smoking it? Pour water over target. Okay. How do you do this? A and D? Oh! Oh! Okay. Fill up the can again. And then no soil. Do we want to... Is this... No, that's not weed. No. Okay. I'm creating the first business where I'm my own customer. Yes. Respond to your customers in the message app. Oh my God. I have to do everything. Open phone. Okay. How do I do that? Here's my money. I don't have any money. Tab for phone. Okay, messages. Hello, I'm after 2 times OG Kush. I can pay 60 for it. How do I barter and get them to pay more? Nobody wants to get off their ass and work anymore. Okay, you can't. You can't yet. Okay. Okay, so I just have to take that. Select deal time. You can complete the deal anytime within the window. Okay. I guess I'll go late night. Oh no, I have to go in the morning. What am I, a morning weed dealer? I'll meet you behind the gas station between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m. God, that's 6 hours. You got... Well, this guy's going to pay 90. Why wouldn't the other guy pay 90? You got 2 times OG Kush. Yeah, I do. I'll pay for it. 90. Okay. God, I have to do morning for this guy too. Oh my God. Okay, I'll meet you outside. The tariffs. But girl, the tariff... And this guy's going to pay 120. Then why did I take the 60? Do you have drug dealing music? What it, you know, let's see. What is drug dealing music? Okay, there's literally a playlist. Let's see. Why do I feel like... Why? Why do I feel like the Spotify playlist of drug dealing music is going to end up being kind of racist? Like, why is there a playlist that even says drug dealing music? Is it by Spotify? It's Michael. Well, I guess he's talking about living like a dope dealer. It's probably just songs they talk about drugs in. I hope so. I hope it's not like, oh, here's just a song by a black artist for this drug dealing playlist. Okay. I guess I'm gonna take this money. Okay, so let's go. Okay. Now we gotta leave. How do we go? How do we drive? Is this my car? Who's this? Uncle Nelson? Why does he look like that? Morning, buddy. Lovely day, ain't it? Is this Willie Nelson? If you're heading into town for some deals, would you mind grabbing something for me? I've got some business with some fellows staying down at the motel. Tell them you're here for Nelson's package. No need to pay for anything. Okay. Wait, if I need anything, I can just throw him on his tab? Okay. Uncle Nelson looks like he's been smoking that OG Kush. All right. Now where to go? Drive into town. Okay. Oh, shit! Oh, God. Oh, no. How do I know where to go? Oh. Oh. Oh, no. I don't like this camera. Oh, no. Do I know where I'm going? At least you look cool. Do I look... I do? Okay. Poor Nelson about to lose his car. Actually, I feel like this is easier to drive than, This is easier to drive than a lot of the other games where there's driving. Okay, wait. Oh. Gas station. Okay. All right, where do I meet this guy? Is this him? Oh, shit. Is that it? Yeah, I got the stuff. Okay. To move a custom amount, right-click, drag an item, and scroll to change. Okay. Right-click. Oh. You want 2. Oh. Here you go. Okay. This is the vehicle you last drove. Here we go. 2 times OG Kush. Hey! Here's the milk that you asked for. Okay, wait. Actually, this alien music is kind of a vibe. Why is it so vibey? All right, I gotta go drop off the next kush. Cops might be out. Okay. Behind the pawn shop. Here's the next guy. Oh my God, why? Everyone looks so sketchy. Look at his eyes. You ready? I don't know. Are you? Okay. All right, I kind of got money now. Is that good? Is that kush good? Okay. You know, I think it's kind of rude that no one's asked if I want to smoke with them, considering that I'm giving it to them. Legalized ranch? I don't want to live in a world where ranch isn't legalized. Okay, now I gotta go to the blue house. Okay, where's the blue house? Like, is it literally a blue house? Let me get back in my car. Oh no, you're not that kind of dealer. Yes, I am. I'm the dealer who's like, let's smoke together. But actually doesn't really say it as a question. Okay, is this the blue house? This guy looks sketch. Okay, Doug. All these people look like they're South Park characters. Chelsea might be interested. You should go talk to them. Okay. Can I get... Can I get a little bit? Can I? Okay. So you're saying you're Jesse? Yes. Except I'm Walt in the way that I'm a science genius and a ruthless businessman. Oh wait, no, you're right. Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty is who it's like. Open. Press M to open the map. Okay, it's not opening. Oh, I don't have it yet? Okay. If I had a drug dealer that looked like Caroline, I would have thought she was a cop. You guys, you're always like acting as if I give off cop vibes. Wait, if you crouch, you can pickpocket? Oh. Wait, how? Dead ass dough. Wow. Okay. And I don't think he has anything. I think he spent the last of his money. Open the contacts. Okay, let's see. Does anybody else want some weed? Right, who's Chelsea? Unlock, use your map. All right, how do I get there? Wait, but I don't have... Oh, Chelsea's near the doctor's office. Okay. One weed, please. I saw some streamers selling product, then you pickpocket right after? Oh. Okay, where is the doctor? Oh, fuck me! Oh, Jesus. Oh. Nothing to see here. Maybe the cops want some weed? Can I interest you in a free sample? Okay, well, you better fucking buy some. Oh, God. Is Chelsea a cop? I don't know. New customer unlocked. You'll hear from me soon. I better. I just gave you the last of my weed. Okay, wait. Yeah, I gotta go. Purchase soil from the hardware store. Okay. Wait, did I give her 2 samples and oh, my bad. Fuck. Hold on. Who's taking free drugs from a stranger? Do you see this town? They're taking free drugs from strangers. Actually, no, we all know who each other is. Why does everyone look yeeted out of their minds? Morning, mate. What can I get ya? Okay. I need soil. 2 soil. What else should I get when I'm here? Do I want a bed? Like, is that important? A grow tent. A small grow tent with built-in lighting and pot plants will grow faster but smaller. I have $270. This is actually a sad game. They're all clearly addicted. You just keep them addicted and profit off their misery. That's right. As long as I'm making money, it's okay. All right, just do the tutorial. Okay, I'm gonna purchase this. All right, thanks, dude. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, we provide for the community. Body search in progress. Talk to Uncle. Is this how big the town is? All right, where's this motel? Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. Where's this hotel? Is this it for the town? Check compass. I'm checking the compass. I don't know. Is like this the motel and it just is small? Or should I keep going? The gold star. Where's the gold star? I don't see. Oh. Oh, shit! Oh, no! Oh. Okay. I don't know how that happened. It's this damn Cybertruck. Yo, yo. This guy looks sketch. I'm here for Nelson's package. It's already paid for. What? I also... Okay. Yeah. Wait, what is Nelson's package? Drive back to the ranch? The more you talk, the more I think you're a narc. Yo, yo! You got the goods? Ah! All right, we're going back home. Hey, is your friend Mary around here? Is Mary here? That's my drug dealer dog. I'm never getting my package. Okay, this is vibey. Oh! We're home. What up, Uncle Nelson? Okay, you welcome, dude. You want some kush? Shit. Okay. Yo! Drop seed into hole. Okay. Why am I doing... Wait. Yeah. Okay. All right, it's growing. It's growing. Trash. Let's make sure things are nice and clean. Show us a single plant in your home. No, they're all dead. I killed them all. I have no alive plants. Whoa! That's weed! Alright, well. Oh, I can keep watering it? Okay. How long is it gonna take? That's 77%. So I just go to bed? Okay. Alright. Day one, done. Let's go. 270 bucks. This is how we win. This is how we win. Easy. Looks like I'm the only game in town, too. Oh, fuck! Sorry, Uncle Nelson. I had to go. Is that supposed to happen? Oh, I'm in a lab now. Okay. It's 'cause you... Wait, that's not supposed to happen? Oh, it is? All right, I'm a small-time drug dealer from the South. Hell yeah, brother. In a fresh town with no cash, no products, and no contacts. $0 and a dream. You only know one way to make money. Time to get to work. Time to get to work. My cam wants to focus. Oh. Stupid cam. Okay, so that was just the tutorial prologue. Now the real game begins. Oh, shit. Jesse, it's time to cook. Oh, okay, I can customize my appearance. I feel like I'm probably less likely to be seen as a drug dealer, kingpin, if I'm a female. You know? They'll be like, oh, she's a lady. I'm gonna pick the whitest skin color. Yep. I have to use racism to my advantage. I'm gonna be a white lady. Skinny. Okay. What's this? Can I make my ass a little fatter? That is okay. Next. Yeah, God, how do I make myself a grandma? Ah. Okay. Let's see these different hairs. Oh. Oh? You have to look like a wine mom. Yeah, let's see. There's blonde hair. Do I go for wine mom or do I go for grandma? You know? Like, do I pretend to be an old lady? I feel like I pretend to be an old lady. I'm just a grandma. I'm not selling any drugs. Why, you want some? You want some? Okay, what's the most grandma? Oh, God, that hair is so... Oh, my God. The bowl cut? It is so unfortunate. Okay. Side part bob. It's... Okay, all right. I think this is... Yeah, okay. Face. Agitated. Let's do slight smile. The fuck ass bob. The fuck ass bob. Facial details. Let's do a little bit of wrinkles. Facial detail intensity. Okay, now I look scary. Let's do it like just a little bit, you know? Because this seems like a lot. You just watch Sing Sing and oh, it's so good, I know. Okay. I think let's do around there. Yeah. Okay, we have the fuck ass bob. Next, eyeballs. Oh my God. Yeah, well, you know what? It will look like I'm high on my own supply, right? It's like I'm a walking billboard for my kush. Pupil dilation. Oh my God. Hi, I'm Martha. Do you want some drugs? Do you want some drugs? You want some drugs? Eye boobs. They're giving eye boobs. Okay, like what looks... I think that. There we go. Upper eyelid resting position? Hell yeah, baby. What's up? Yeah, you got any of that green stuff? Okay, and then this is like no eyelids. Hi! Lower eyelid. Okay, scary. I think we're just gonna go big ass eyes. Hey, wanna get faded? You wanna get faded? Okay, eyebrow scale. Okay. A little unibrow. What would like, let's see, some overplucked eyebrows. I think that looks about right. Yeah, those eyebrows look good. Eyebrow thickness. I think we'll do like here. Eyebrow resting height. Okay. Hey! I thought you said you wanted some drugs. Don't you want some fucking drugs? Hey! Eyebrow resting angle. Oh, okay. That looks a little more evil. This looks like, well, how do you do? My name's Linda. Oh, like if the cop pulls me over, I'd be like, oh gosh. Oh, I was just going to the store to get some groceries to make dinner tonight. Be like, ma'am, why do you have 20 pounds of weed in your trunk? Oh, I thought that was lettuce. Some nice young man sold that to me as some lettuce. Oh! Okay, we go T. We go V-neck. Yeah, we go V-neck. I feel like it's got to be understated. The blue is good. Okay. I think, honestly, I feel like the blue. Oh, the devil's lettuce. Okay, and then jorts? No, we go jeans. We go jeans. We go, I feel like we go blue jeans. I feel like this is kind of morphing grandma, but also like wine mom. Okay, shoes. Yes. Some sandals. A wine. It's a wine, grandma. No shoes. Showing feet for free. Okay. I think we look good. Wowie. Wowie. All right. Okay. Just another day in the neighborhood. Why is my fucking weed not growing fast enough? %82 grown. Okay, hurry up. Can't make money. It's not growing. Open your phone. Okay, let's see. I've heard you're in some trouble. Best not to talk over your mobile phone. Go find a payphone. The UN? Why is the UN texting me? Well, shit. Okay. I know. I cannot believe the UN is fucking texting me. Like, what do they even want? Okay. These should be almost ready for plucking. How much water do they need? How grown is this? Yes! Okay. The weed is ready. Let's harvest it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm just an herbalist. I'm selling Herbalite. Bless you. Thank you. Bless you. Bless you. All right, well, before I go out, might as well, you know. Okay, how do I do this again? You guys said I do left click. Drag multiple. Oh. Okay, shift, and then. Oh, wait, I just do one at a time. I have to do them. That's for bigger containers. Okay. Oh my God. I need to find someone who I can underpay who will do this for me, you know? I'll pay them in bud. This is a very, you know what this is called? This is called Grandma's casserole. Oh, fuck. Am I out of packaging? Okay, wait. How do I get these output? Shoot. I gotta go get Grandma's cookies. That's right. All right, I have to get to I have to talk to the UN on a payphone. Where's my car? You want some cookies? This is literally what I do at work. Are you allowed to smoke weed? That would be crazy if they said no. All right, is this a payphone? Oh my God, it's ringing. Oh my God, it's Uncle Nelson. God damn, good to hear your voice, buddy. Looks like our luck finally read out. The feds got Uncle Nelson? Oh no. Oh, I don't know him at all. Oh. I've got some cash stashed out there. It ain't much, but oh. Town Hall fountain in the canal behind the supermarket. Okay. Okay, wait, how do I call the UN though? I don't know. Whatever. Fuck the UN. Okay, so near the fountain. There's the fountain. Okay, is this the canal? This town is big. Trent is a bitch. Oh. Oh! Oh no. Wait, who does the bit where it's like whenever you see an overturned wheelchair, you hope that a miracle happened? Uh-oh. I think that's John Mulaney. Oh, nice. Can I take this? Okay. That's trash. So I don't want it? Is this money? Oh, it's a Red Bull. Oh, here we go. I know, this is like some real jazzy funk. Nice. Okay, old Uncle Nelson. Unk. W-Unk. Near the fountain, let's see. Well, the fuck? Is this it? Unk, where the hell did you put? Oh. Oh, dude, this is some serious cash. This is some serious dough. Sad girl, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, you guys. I am joining the land of drug dealers, but I'm coming out on top. Ain't nobody gonna be wheeling and dealing drugs like me. That's right, Granny. Ooh! Oh, I got money. Head back to the RV. I got some serious cash. Oh, shit! What just happened? What the fuck just blew up? Was it a cyber truck? Oh my god! Welcome to Highland Point. This is our territory. Don't interfere. Oh. Oh, it's fucking war. Blew up my RV. I am the one who knocks. You have no idea who you've just messed with, Tom Brady. Do you think I can put it out with this watering can? I am the one who knocks. God damn it. Oh, you fucking assholes. That was a hard introduction. That did go kind of hard. That's right. Reaper Quan is here. Well, shit, that's not ideal. Yeah, Uncle Nelson, it's not. There's a powerful cartel in town, the Benzies family. I figured they'd eventually be a problem, but didn't think they'd find you this quickly. It's because I got a fat ass. You can't miss it. Looks like you're gonna need to stay somewhere low-key. Head over to the motel and ask about getting a room. God damn it. Grab a grow tent, soil, and watering can. Fuck. No, I need a gun. That's what I need, Uncle Nelson. I gotta get back at these fuckers. Is that them? God damn. Oh. I'm just an old lady. Oh, fuck. Oh, oh. What? No! No, I'm a grandma! I'm just a granny! I have a watering can! Oh my god, I'm wanted? Can I hide? No! Oh my god, did they tase me? Fuck! They took my weed, and I have to pay $150 because I evaded arrest and I'm possessing drugs. God damn it! Can't believe they fucking took my weed and my uncle's money. Fuck. First my RV blows up. First my RV blows up. And then I get arrested. This sucks. Honestly though, chasing a lady with a watering can, it's crazy. Oh god. God damn it. Who are all these fucking sketchballs? Get me out of here. Being a drug dealer is hard. It is. Ugh. There's a mandatory curfew. Shut up. Get me help. Oh my god, I cannot believe I can't. How do I? Oh. Hi. Can I interest you in a free sample? I don't have any weed left. Unlock one. I don't have any weed. Oh god, what do you want? What am I supposed to do? I don't have shit. I don't have shit to give her. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh wait, I have to go to the motel office? Oh, okay, wait. Oh, here we go. Oh my god, let me in. Let me in. $75 for the week? Fine. Fuck, take all my money. God damn it. curfew until 5 a.m. This is bullshit. What's an egg run? Oh. You'll get it back. People love weed. They better. They better love my weed. And then I'm going to start selling the hard stuff. When does this just go on? Breaking Bad and weeds made it look so cool and easy. Okay, definitely. Oh, definitely didn't make it look easy. All right, I got shit to do. I don't have time to be doing this. We got to set up our weed station. Is that Richard Nixon? Okay, let's go to bed. Why does the egg have little balls? Wait, I didn't even notice that. Hold on. Street rat. Let's not be too... Oh my God, he does have little balls. Oh, gross. Hasty, still I think he's rather tasty. All right, guys, I gotta go buy some stuff, but I don't have that much money. I have $150. Can I steal some stuff? Can I take that? You can sell trash? Oh my God, I have to sell trash? I'm gonna fucking kill these cops. Okay, I guess I'll sell trash. How do I do this? Who wants this? Oh, well, there goes my trash. Let me just check the store. Card only? Fuck! God. I'm just gonna try anyway. Okay, I need a growing tent. Oh. Who the fuck takes cash? Soil, growing tent. Oh, shit. Visit an ATM. Oh, God. Fine. Hello, Jennifer Coolidge. What would you like to do? Oh God, I'd like to deposit. Maximum 150. Okay, I guess. Wait, you can rob the ATM? How? All right, give me my purchases. Nice to see a fresh face in town. Yeah, I'm new in town. I'm new in town. This weed makes me want a hot dog real bad. I should get the trash grabber. What line of work are you in? Why don't you mind your own fucking business, dude? All right, grab one of these. Head back to the motel room. Well, first I better collect some trash so I can get some money. You want weed though? Yeah. Mind your own fucking business. But do you want weed? All right, where do you sell trash? Oh, wow, that was a good impression. Hey, thanks. Is that weed? Okay, cash for trash. Okay, insert trash. What the fuck? God damn it. God. Fucking hell. Don't take my trash, buddy. Okay. Press to start. How much is that? $24? Okay, that's not bad. Okay, all right. Trash kid said, "Not today, Junior." All right, it's time. We gotta set it up. Where are we gonna do this? Let's see. How about there? That looks good. Okay. You know what, you guys? We get knocked down, but we get back up again. That's what being a drug dealer is all about. I get knocked down, but I get up again. So I can sell some more weed. Okay. Pour water over target. Yeah, I know how we do it. Okay. All right. Hopefully that grows. I get knocked down. Oh, fuck. I don't have any weed seeds. Oh, no. Shit. Oh, no. Where do I get weed seeds? Can I get those from the store? Damn it. Oh, shit. I'm going to need to pick up more trash because I got to buy some weed seeds. It's kind of important. How do I... What? Oh, I need weed seeds. Yes. You'll need to speak to a supplier to get your hands on some. I passed your number on to Albert Hoover, the local weed seed supplier. Send him a message and request a dead drop. I vouch for you, so you won't have to pay up front. Okay, wait. Uncle Nelson's kind of a homie. Your order will go on your tab, which you can pay off in the future. Okay. Hello, our mutual friend has asked me to help you acquire... Wait, why are we using the word marijuana over text? Okay, I need some OG Kush seed. Let's get like $100. Should be ready in 2 hours. Oh, fuck. Okay. Damn it, you got... Yeah, was a reporter added to that? I don't know. All right, I guess I'll pick up some trash. Each hour's 1 minute. Hey. You like drugs? Oh, I don't have free samples. Oh, I see. Okay, so basically I'm going to give people free samples to get them hooked. I'm going to get them hooked on the weed. But right now, I need to pick up trash because I have no money. Do you think she was a narc? Okay. More money, please. Yo, I have got to get back to making weed ASAP because this shit is just not... This ain't it. She had Vicodin eyes. You're right. She's like, got any perks? Oh. Okay, 36 minutes to go. Let's see. Any more trash around here? Is that a penis? Yes, that is a dick. Maybe I can turn over a new leaf as a trash woman? Fuck that. You want me to do an honest job? No, I want to become a drug kingpin. Okay, your drop is ready. Thanks. Let me just get some more money. So, more money, please. Imagine how clean places would be if you could get those prices for trash. So true. Yeah, if people could get money for... Wait, where's my drop? Oh, it's behind the grocery store. Wait, did I forget my money? Shit! Oh god, oh god. Oh god. Just doing it for the love of the game? Fuck no. I'm not, yeah. You know what? I'm not doing it for the cash. I'm doing it for the love of the game. Okay, there's another dick. There it is. Yes. All right, we're coming back, y'all. We're coming back. Okay. Now, let's go replant. Man, this town is filled with trash. This certainly isn't in Tokyo. You know, it is actually kind of fun picking up the trash. I could do this. I could do this for a living. Do you think any of these things can be smoked? Hey. Trash simulator hits. It does. Alright, it's gonna be night soon. Okay, why do I feel like the money's going down for the amount of money I'm getting from the trash? Alright, here we go. It's time to do some seed. Okay. I need another one of these. But I don't have enough money. Fuck! What am I doing? Can they come in here or no? How do I make this grow faster? Shit. The curtains though? Fuck. Oh my god, I'm just making weed out in the open. Turn on some lights. Oh, okay. I'm literally just making weed out in the open. Like, hi, the door's open. Curtains are open. Wait, okay. If they knock on the door, I don't have to answer it though, right? Fuck. Should I put this somewhere else? Like, how can I hide this? The room must smell dank. You're right. It must. I'm going to put my seeds in here so they don't get stolen. And then I'll put my soil there too. Okay. Ollie Problemas, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everybody. Doing a little drug making, a little drug dealing. Soon to be drug dealing. Just wanted to say you were truly the most entertaining streamer I've ever watched game, which I usually don't because of how boring it is to me, but you're so funny. Thank you. Just trying to make some drugs and then sell them to everybody, you know, and then keep them all, keep them on the drugs so that they keep buying more. I make a lot of money. It's private property. Your rental is void if you're breaking the law, at least in real life. Can I get like a cop uniform? Do they sell those? You know what I mean? Oh, thank God. Okay, it's starting to grow. I'm gonna have to go back to the store soon, but I only have $71. I have to pay for those seeds. Fuck. Buy 10 baggies. Oh God, is that the curfew? Okay, so I can't go outside, right? They sell a vest, so close enough. Huh, okay. You can, just don't get caught. Okay. I'm gonna pretend like if they catch me, I'm just gonna be like, I'm just collecting trash. Oh, the hardware store is closed. Oh my God, the hardware store is closed. Okay. I guess I'll go to sleep. That's probably good. Okay. God, we didn't make any money today on drugs. Fuck. Launch failure. Thank you for the 4 months. All right, let's go. We got some serious shit to do. Can't believe the stonks crashed for like 3 days. Now we're all selling drugs. That's right. That's the new world order. Okay, I need to purchase something. Let's get 10 baggies. It's not for drugs. It's because I like to make little bracelets, and so I need the bags. Add to cart. Okay. One more packaging station. Provides a clean service. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, I'm kind of broke. Place the packaging station. Buy a trash bag. They're to parcel my sick mother's medicine. Yes, I would never do anything else with those baggies. Okay, wait, can people rob me? Shred Shack? Oh, shit. What's up, home dog? Oh, I don't have money. Never mind. I'm broke. I'm so tired of being broke. I just want to be a drug kingpin. I know. I need to buy a trash bag, but I'm also kind of addicted to picking up trash. Not gonna lie. I get knocked down. Like, honestly, maybe this is my... Was that a bong? It's an honest living, you know? Okay. I need to buy a trash bag. Let's buy 3 because they only cost $1. Bye. Okay, let's go home. Oh, God, I just want my weed to be ready. Okay, make sure to close the door. Oh, thank God. Okay. All right, it's ready. She's beautiful. Look at her. Look at her. She's Gorgina. Ew. Oh, grody. Okay. Wait. Oh, excuse me. Okay, and then use... How do I put a new bag in? Wait, didn't I buy... Can I sell my own trash? Oh, it's only to take out? Okay. Okay. Now, place the packaging station in the motel room. Okay. Wait, you can drop... Oh, you can drop the bags into... Shit, someone's gonna take my trash. Because everyone's fucking broke around here. Everyone's collecting trash because they can't make money selling drugs. All right. Chill. Okay. Nobody's gonna steal your trash. Yes, they are. It's tough times out here. Okay, so there's that. And now we're gonna package. Jesse, it's time to package. Okay, pack. Oh, thank God. You know, before I was like, damn, I don't want to put this weed into the baggies. I want someone to do this for me, but I have never been happier. I've never been happier to be back, you know? Like this is the way things should be. Whew, okay. It's time to go do some... It's time to go do some, Girl Scout cookie selling. Wait, why can't I put... Oh, pour soil, okay. I get knocked down. Time to ease some cataracts. That's right. Okay. Sow the seed. Look at how fast I'm getting at this now. Look at me picking up my own trash. Already contains seed. Okay. Well, let's get her going. Great. Ready? Let's go sell. Okay. Hey. Do you like Mary? Westfield region must be unlocked. Fuck! List OG Kush. God damn it. Okay, I didn't look. I'm gonna put this back because I'm scared. Okay, I gotta go to the app product manager. List the OG Kush. OG Kush. Asking price. $60. But girl, the tariffs. Addictiveness. How do I put this up? Because I want them to get addicted. I'm offended. Look. Girls gotta make some money, okay? Fine. 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 I'll do it 50. Fine. How do I pay off some of my debt? Oh, I forgot about the UN. Oh God, I hear the cops. Oh God, are they coming? 50 for an eighth? Look, it's tough out here. Girls gotta make some cash. Otherwise, I gotta go back to the trash. I'm gonna put this in here for now. In case I get busted. Look, I'm a grandma, okay? Shit's expensive. Nobody's messaged me yet. Damn it. Can I go try to sell it still? Is that a needle? Oh, God. Wait for a message from the customers. Shit. Maybe I can go give out samples. Cheap $800 room for sale. Come talk. Okay, well. I don't have that kind of money yet. Damn it. Did I list my weed too high? Fuck. Okay. We'll drop the price. God, but the tariffs. But my weed is good, you know? Like, it's worth it. It's worth it. It's handcrafted. It was made with love. It was made with grandma's love. Oh, God. Oh, wait. Did I get a text? Yes. Okay, wait. Counter offer. No? Oh, yes. Okay, afternoon. Okay. Okay. You can complete the schedule. Wait, why can't... Fuck, I have to pick at night? Fuck! I'll meet you in front of the motel. Okay, at least that's right where I am. Okay, fine. Okay, okay, okay. Shit, I don't have the weed with me. I have to go get it. Wait, do you think this guy wants a sample? Ludwig? Fuck, okay. Never mind. Bye. Shit, the deal begins in 1 minute. Fuck! Oh my God, where's Kathy? Fuck, okay, okay, okay. Hold on, let me get my weed. Let me get my weed. How much? 3 times. Okay. Fuck, in front of the motel? Where is she? Is this her? Fuck. Damn it, I need this money. Where's she gave you a 6-hour time window, but where is she? Kathy! Oh, oh, oh. Green dot, green dot. Hi. Kathy? Yes. 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 Okay, we're so back. Plus $14 quick delivery bonus. Yes. Okay. Woo! Yeah, baby. Okay. Alrighty. Buy and place another grow tent. Fuck, I keep hearing these cops. Do you think the store is open or is it closed? Yeah, I'm $150 deep. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, oh, oh shit. Oh, oh, I got a text. If you got 2 times OG Kush, I'll pay $75 for it. I'm going to counter offer. I'm going to counter. I'm going to counter 90. Oh my God, I should have asked for higher. Okay. Fuck. Oh, huh. Is that a cop? Oh. Fuck. I'll meet you behind Sauerkraut Supreme Pizza. Fuck. Shit. Oh, God. Why do I have this? Okay. Oh, shit. Fucked. Fucked. Damn it. Okay, where is this guy? Oh, Is this him? Yes. Hi. No, 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 you're not him. Get away from me. Oh, here he is with the hat. Okay. Okay, what up, brother? Yep. Take it. Take it. Give me the money. Okay. Peace. Gotta get home. Why are people taking their sweet fucking time? We got a curfew. You're not that guy, pal. Whew. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. We're doing it. We're doing it big. We're doing it big. Yes. Yes. Girl, I sound like a cop, really? Damn. Okay. There's my weed. Because they aren't selling drugs. Okay, I guess that's true. There's my weed and there's my... Okay, this is... Use the trimmers to harm. Okay. Fuck. Oh my God. I'm gonna get so busted. Okay, well, you know what? Let's just do what we can. Let's do what we can with what we can do. Oh shit, 3 times OG Kush. Oh fuck. I need some money. Okay, 3 times OG Kush. Let's see. I can pay $125 for it at this time of night. I'm gonna need $175. Fuck. Okay, whatever. What time? Okay. Oh, let's do the morning. Okay. Great. Curfew will be over. Okay. Sheesh. I thought I had to do it at night. No, this is sick. I don't have to do it at night. This is good. Okay, I need to get another grow tent. Well, I guess I'll go to sleep. Jesse's the best customer? Really? Oh, you get a bonus after curfew? Oh, I see. Because of the risk. Damn. All right, well. Let's go do this. Yo, yo. Yo. What do you mean? Yeah, I have your weed, dude. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. Smoke that shit good. You're welcome. God damn, she looks fried. Well, you know what? She'll make a good customer. Okay, I like to oh shit, I gotta go to the ATM. Damn it. Thank God, now I can go to class. All right, let's put all our money. Yeah, baby. Let's go buy some serious stuff. Make it more addictive just so... Yeah, how do I make it more addictive? Okay, I need another grow tent. Let's add the grow tent. Let's get 20 baggies. Bed. Good for placing coffee on. Okay, wooden table. Oh my God, you guys, word is getting around about Grandma's cookies. Word is getting around. Oh yeah, we need some more soil. Thanks, bye. Ma'am, you buy a lot of baggies. I told you I have a jewelry making business. Grandma's cookies are the best in town. All right. Let's fucking go, dude. It's time to cook. Shit, I only have 2. I need to get some more seeds. Look how fast I'm going. Ain't nobody cooking weed like me. Okay, let's put our other... Let's put this guy down. Let's see. Fuck. Okay, that's really... How do I... Can I move it? Or no? Is that it? Okay. Can rotate it. I gotta move the bin? Shit. How do I move the bin? Let me put my trash down. I don't need this for now. Madam, the trash can... Oh, God, Uncle Nelson wants to talk. I don't have time. Empty it first? Okay. All right, listen, brokies. Who wants my trash? I'm rich now. Okay, let's put the trash. Do you think if I put it here, it will stop the cops from coming in? Okay, and then I'm gonna put that there. Yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking, baby. Now we're cooking. I have a whole ass weed. I have a whole weed company, weed garden that I'm growing out of my hotel bedroom. The blue bar is the amount of water that they need. Okay. All right, wait, let me tend to my customer. What's up? 3 times OG? Kush? Let's do 175. Shit's not cheap, you know? Man, I should always counter with more, huh? Damn. Meet you at the North Waterfront. Hey, dog. I need 3 times OG. Wait, do I even have OG? Shit. Oh, no. Oh, fuck me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what happens if I don't have the drugs? Oh, oh, wait. No, I do. Look, see? Oh, we're good. We're saved. We got it. Woo! Okay. Oh my God, oh my God. I'm so popular right now. People want drugs. They want it. Okay. Let's see what I got. 6, 8. Okay. What's this guy want? Hey, dog. You know what? We're going to counter offer 200. All right. What time? Is everybody just taking my counter offer? Like I can just keep upcharging? Okay. Let's go. Yo. Things kind of crazy out here. I'm kind of that guy, you know? All right, 200. Whoo! Certified hustler. Hell yeah, brother. You're welcome. You enjoy that shit. Yesterday's prices are not today's prices. So true. Man, this is a small town, too. People really be going through weed. Yo, yo. Talk to Austin. Oh my god, it's like if Will and Austin had a baby. Okay. 3 OG Kush. I got you, dog. I should have charged you 200 though, because that's what I charged the other guy. So wubby. You finished a few deals and made some decent money, but if you're looking to make real money? Wait, what? What is... Austin, stop. What do you want? Why is he doing that? Wait, is it... Did I get... Is the weed bad? What's happening? Austin, chill. Best way to gain new customers is to give a free sample to a friend of an existing customer. The motel room isn't going to cut it for much longer. Time for an upgrade. Okay. Austin is off the perk. Save 800 and then go. All right. I almost have $800. Austin's off to perk. I just need to make like one more weed sale. Let's see. Hey dog, I need one OG Kush. I'll pay 35. How about, what do I need? How about 50, dog? Okay, taco ticklers. Great. Excellent. Are they gonna want cash? Let's see. I gotta talk to that Chinese restaurant. Yo, Mrs. Ming. You want a free sample? Can I have that room? Come talk. Oh, is it because I don't have enough money yet? Shit. All right, let me go get some more cash. Oh. Oh. Shit. Wait, who's my customer? Sam. Uh-oh, are they in a fight? Hi, I have your cookies. Here, you know what? How do I give one free... Oh. Great. New customer. Sam, listen, dog. Dog, yeah, I got your stuff. Come on. Yeah, I got you, dog. Where's... Okay. Now, Mrs. Ming, I got your money, dog. I'd like to buy the room. Yes. Oh, fuck. I need to get the cash. Okay, 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 okay. Deposit, withdraw. Withdraw. Whoa! This music, though. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I want the room. I want the room. Yes. Yep. Thank you. Room behind the restaurant, up the stairs. Okay. I got scared by Jeff. Move the grow tents. Okay. Okay. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's time to move this. Well, first, actually, let's harvest. You know what we do. Okay. Okay. Contains plant. Yeah, dog, I know. Okay, let's take that. Let's get our storage. Item. Fuck! Item won't fit in inventory. Oh, I gotta get rid of something. Shit. How do I... You can rotate plants to get the hard to... Oh, okay. What should I do? Two quick trips. Okay, let's go. Fuck. Scared. Okay. Fuck. I'm scared. Oh, I'm gonna sleep. You know what? Whoo! Street rat. I'm at street rat number 2, you guys. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Everybody wants so much weed. Why does everyone want drugs? Okay, let's go. Let's go to my new room. We're gonna move things over. I think they said upstairs. Yes! Yo! All right, let's set up shop here. Okay. Oh. Why are these closed? There we go. Okay. There's that. And then storage. I'm gonna put my seeds for now. Okay, I'm gonna put my trash bags. Now, let me go get the other stuff. Yo, I have so much space in this new room. Hell yes. Start growing the weed while you do the other stuff. Smart. Smart, smart, smart. Yes. Okay. Whew, there's always... Oh, wait, I only have 1 seed left. Damn it, I need to go get more. But I also need money because I got to pay off my debts. Okay. I feel like those guys are going to break my legs, no? Man, you really gotta make money to spend money, you know? Damn. Can you still use the motel? Well, I only rented the motel for a week. Okay. I only rented the motel for a week, so... All right. I think that's it. Is there any evidence of my crimes? I don't think so. I think I'm good. That's right. You gotta make money to spend money, folks. Wait, can I take the TV? Fuck it. Okay. Yeah, fuck. Item won't fit in inventory. You know what? I'm gonna leave this for now. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. And the trash can. I think I have a trash can in my new place. Am I going to get fined or something if I'm taking this shit? Fuck it, take the lamp. You know what? We're taking it all. Oh, I already have a bed. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Fuck it. We got space. Okay, there's garbage can. Sink. You know what? We're going to take double. You're right. You're so right. We should take double. Okay, I'm kind of running out of room. There we go. Nice. Okay, let's go back. I need a dealer. I know, I do. Are you liking the game so far? Yes. It's really fun, but I feel like I'm about to get hella overwhelmed because I'm kind of the only game in town. All right, let's take this. Contains trash. Fuck me. I don't have my trash bags. All right. Well, fuck it. I like that I'm just taking all this shit. Taking the lamp. It's more fun with friends. Yeah, Sam said that she was down. Sam said she really wanted to play it with me. She wasn't streaming tonight or else I would have asked her. Let's go. Can I steal a motel worker too? Bro, I wish. Okay. Wait 17 seconds. Gotta keep my shit clean. What if also Cutie? I mean, I'm down to play with Cutie too. I think she's kind of been doing like Sims and then Baldur's Gate. So I don't know if she's like trying to add another one in, but Sam was one of the first people I know who was playing this game. And I remember she was texting me like, please, 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 we need to play. Please, 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 please. Please, please, please. Okay, I'm gonna save here. I'm gonna call it there. I think that was a good introduction to the world of drugs. So she can't complain about you not inviting her to stuff. She literally still will. You guys do not understand. You guys do not understand how often I invite her, and then she tells me that she hopes that I walk into traffic. Okay, that was so fun. Genuinely had a blast. Genuinely had a blast. Grandma has taken over the town. Grandma's cookies. Grandma's cookies are going to be on every street corner. Every man, woman, and child. Every man, woman, and child is going to be consuming Grandma's cookies. Maybe instead of Cutie invite Fan, Lily, Quarter, Jade. I have heard from Cutie, though, that it is a it's very complicated. Baldur's Gate is very complicated. And I think my suspicions are correct that I would have been overwhelmed and miserable. She's openly said if both of you two were in... Sometimes I don't know what she's openly said, so I'm kind of just like, yeah, she's hinted at it not. So the fact that she's openly said that we'd both be miserable. She's waiting for it to become fun. Like, I think it's been really confusing so far. I think she feels very overwhelmed in it. Very much so. She leaked your DMs, nothing sacred anymore. That's true. I know. Nothing really is sacred anymore. Nothing sacred anymore. I just pressed play on Spotify. Forgot this is the last song playing. Grandma's in town. There's a new boss in town, and her name's Granny. That's right. Grandma's cookies. Don't miss out. I feel like I have to wear these, my grandma. All right, Grandma's Cookie Raid. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for joining me. Hope you had a fun Friday. This is the end of the stream. I hope you had fun. Thanks for hanging. Hearts to you all. Kush to you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. We'll do another evening. Tomorrow will be evening.